Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Monday, June 10th City Council work session. We'll get started with the roll call, please.
Mayor Garitano,
Present.
Councilmember Bros, Councilmember Edens,
Here.
Councilmember Ottenberg,
Here.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Jaxi, Councilmember Hopper, Councilmember Galani,
Here.
Councilmember Preston,
Here.
Councilmember Mabry,
Here.
Councilmember Nyan,
Here.
Councilmember Farmer,
Here.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
Here.
Councilmember Rambo,
Here.
Councilmember Kranz,
Here.
Councilmember Albers.
Here.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go into the agenda right here, but just a few comments here. We do have several items later on in the council agenda that are prime items where we might I might ask the council to read in mass in order to keep the meeting moving forward. So just keep that in mind. We may have time left over as part of the work session. So if you do have any questions pertaining to items that are on the council agenda, we can discuss those in work session. So that will also help with keeping our meeting efficient there. So let's get started with the four information items. We'll open it up. There are a series of items here as we usually have. So this is the opportunity. If anyone on the council has any questions pertaining to the items, we can entertain those now. If you do, just raise your hand. All right. Oh, Councilmember Dodwell.
Sorry, I've got two different questions. One has to do with the information, Mr. Vunich, around controlled burns. Is that your topic, or is that?
Yes, ma'am. And I
Okay.
believe that's a for action item. So I'll do a little presentation in a few minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And then I had one other question. What are the costs associated with the African American History Trail project? You did a great outline on what the project entails, but I'm trying to understand what the cost will be to get all of that work completed. And do we have funds in the budget this year, or do we need to associate funds for next year?
From the assessment that's been provided by the department to the commission and then feedback from the commission, for the most part, a lot of what's going to happen in the first stage of this process is just gathering information. So the cost to the city will be the time and resources of the Department of Planning team members. As part of that memorandum or letter now from the commission to city council, we do talk about just the grant opportunities that are available once we get a little further along. And the intent is to try to subsidize as much of that process with those grants.
One other question. Is it possible for us to set up some kind of a method for citizens or others to donate funds for that particular program?
Well, certainly we can reach out to the communities of interest that we've identified in the letter from the Historic Preservation Commission to City Council. There's a range of them, from Union Baptist Church to Great Rivers Greenway and the state agencies that have control over Howell Island. So from that perspective, we can certainly ask if there's interest or available monies through grants that they'd like to support the effort with. What I will promise you is Ms. Keefe is with us tonight just because of the number of items from our commission, Historic Preservation Commission. And so we'll take that as an item to the Historic Preservation Commission as soon as we can and see if they have an approach or approaches they'd like us to use.
Thing, please. I'm just thinking that in a situation such as this, you may have citizens who are willing to donate to a project like this or other projects that the city may be doing, either from a historic nature or from our parks development activities. And I've had several residents ask me, how do I do this, or who do I talk to, kind of thing. So if we were a little bit more upfront with publishing that kind of information for our residents to be able to donate either their time or their money. I think we need to start looking at some method to entail that. I know you and Robin have done a great job with the Route 66 involvement with things, so I'm just looking to see if we can come up with some other methods to get other individuals involved in other parts of the city.
Well, certainly the more the merrier is the department's slogan, so to speak. But in this particular instance with the trail project, as I'll just describe it for simplicity's sake, the first step is really reaching out to people and advising them what we're thinking about doing, getting their input. And certainly at that time, we can solicit if they have anything they would like to offer beyond just their time and resources, including money. So from that perspective, certainly. And if somebody is interested in a donation or some type of role in our parks, recreation, or trail items, please just have them contact me. I'll be glad to talk with them and I'll get them to the right person if it's not me. Thank you.
Councilmember McCutcheon, that'll be followed by Councilmember Edens.
Good evening. It's nice to see everybody. I have two questions. They are on this agenda. One is not directly stated, but there were two articles in the West Magazine. One was talking about the traffic on Crestview. And I know residents are really concerned about that. So has there been any discussion about how we're actually going to keep residents from going to the Village Green down Crestview? Is there going to be an installation of a gate or signs posted? How are we going to ensure that people who live on Crestview aren't inundated on people going to see the Village Green?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McCutcheon, certainly that's a concern of the department. It's been brought to our attention by the development entity associated with Latitude North 38, since they are one of the primary property owners on Crestview Drive. We have, as the city, made no statement that Crestview Drive is open to the public. In fact, every letter or memorandum prepared by the city indicates that it is a private street and private property. The city does have access rights as owner of 2 lots on Crestview Drive. So from our perspective, if an errant construction vehicle goes down the street as part of Village Green, that's fine. We have rights, but we are not advocating that the public has rights. In fact, we give them an alternative. A block north is the trail along the south side of State Route 100, and we encourage them to use that. It goes to the same place, both east and west. In terms of next steps, there is no trespassing sign that's been placed by some of the neighbors or residents that live along Crestview Drive. Certainly, as we get closer to the opening of the Village Green, we'll have to figure out an approach, and that'll be certainly something that comes to our Planning and Parks Committee with the permission of the chair, Mr. Delaney, and then we'll kind of take it from there. And certainly we'll consult with the police department and what they might think is the best approach or approaches to secure the privacy and safety of the residents on Crestview Drive. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And I think, Joe, this is also yours. I read the information on the agenda about the hardcourt area, and I also saw this in West Magazine. West Magazine only mentioned pickleball courts. That does not say anything about the basketball or the tennis courts. Have they been deleted, or did the West Magazine just not include all the information that was provided to them?
The courts are identical to the court system that was proposed in Community Park. So there's pickleball, there's a tennis court, and then the tennis court is convertible to 2 half-court basketball areas. So the same plan that we, as the city, approved for Community Park was given to Stock and Associates, the engineer for Mr. Cohn's project at the intersection of Main Street and Taylor Road. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Edens.
You don't need to get back up, but it's just that the document requested regarding the court's direction from the council, and I just wanted to say that I support the direction that the department has gone in with the agreement that you're working in.
Development agreement for the pickle court, excuse me, the hard court area. And certainly, if there are no other comments or objections, that information will be passed on to Mr. Young, and then we'll turn it over to him to create the actual framework of that development agreement. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments from the council regarding any of the information items? Otherwise, we'll proceed in the for action section. So we will go on to that. First, under planning and parks, we have the first item, the research and development activities in the NU non-urban residence district. Director Vunich.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. And in this particular instance, I will also defer to Mr. Galani, the chair of the committee, if he would like to add anything at the conclusion of a very brief presentation. As you all may recall, Agri-Sciences, a for-profit entity, in approximately a year or so ago, purchased Farr Greenhouse. Farr Greenhouse had been a community fixture on State Route T or St. Albans Road for probably 70 plus years. It was a generational business. It had grown with the community over time. Solus Agri-Sciences, however, was not a community fixture, but came to the city with a proposal that bordered on land use and economic development. The economic development component was one that was appealing in that, with the city having so much NU non-urban resident district zone property, that maybe using some of it for, let's say, less than intensive types of commercial or industrial uses, but ones that could coexist with a residential setting might be appropriate. Ultimately, Solus Agri-Sciences submitted a request for an amendment to the non-urban resident district. Excuse me. To amend that district and add a new conditional use permit that would be for agriculture, research, and development activities. That new use would also be defined in the zoning ordinance. Along with that, they submitted a tandem request for the conditional use permit to actually be granted for that activity on the old Farr Greenhouse site. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended against the change in the zoning ordinance, the non-urban resident district, which meant they also denied the request for the conditional use permit because they could not grant it since the use did not exist in the district. That was forwarded to City Council for its consideration. And before either taking no action or taking any type of action, the City Council referred it to committee. At committee, there were attendees from the area, Questover Canyon, and the general vicinity of State Highway T, and they spoke in opposition and with concerns. Ultimately, the committee recommended that no change be made to the NU non-urban resident district in this regard. And the primary rationale was that if Farr Greenhouse, which was probably the best example where this might work, was unacceptable for a list of reasons, where else could we even envision it happening? And after doing basically a system of subtraction, the committee reached the conclusion that there may be one or two potential locations, but all of them are either in the industrial area of the city or in town center, where zoning might support it already. So therefore, the committee is recommending no change and that the report be accepted and there be no further action on either of these items. Again, Mr. Galani can add to any of the presentation, and certainly the committee members and I are available for any questions or comments.
I think you did a great job.
Thanks.
We discussed it at length, and it seemed that to what point you brought up, there was no need to take action further on that. So I don't have anything else to add.
Any questions or comments from the council? Otherwise, it seems like there's no further action required for this item.
Unless Mr. Young tells differently, I think we're done.
Okay. Move on then to item number 2 under the Planning and Parks Committee for action items, the selection of Partner Park Planning Committee members.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of the city council, thank you for those who have provided names as potential candidates for this particular advisory group. As you know, a lady named Joanne Yost in her will donated 27 acres of her property to the city of Wildwood that's located on Henkin Road. Over the course of the period of time since the city has taken ownership of the property, several steps have been made to basically secure it and maintain it, while at a future point, a concept plan or a master plan for that property would be developed. And for the purposes of tonight, a concept or master plan is really just giving us a snapshot of what the community would like to see there. And then from there, understanding cost, resources, timelines, et cetera, before we move forward. As I've mentioned, many of you have provided a list of names, and it is the intent of the department to submit those names to the city clerk so that they can be provided to Mayor Garitano. Tonight, the department is again just soliciting, if you've not provided a name from your partner in each of the wards, please do. The more the merrier again. And certainly, as we know, we have 2 already on the group, that be Councilmember Rambo and Councilmember Jaxie. And again, we'd like to get started sometime this summer, if at all possible, because as I've mentioned to the committee, we are on the eve of getting our 10-year master plan process started. So there's a lot out in the horizon that we need to get done, and we have a hard timeline on that update of the master plan, which is usually, in this case, would be February 2026. And given the process we follow or have followed, which will be up to the Planning and Parks Committee, it takes us about a year to complete with all the public input, meetings outside City Hall with different individual interests, et cetera. So if you have any other names, the department is respectfully requesting them. I'll get them to the city clerk, and then the city clerk will provide them to the mayor, and we can go from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. No action at this point right now.
No.
Okay, so we will move on to B, the Department of Planning and Parks, the emergency order for controlled burns of storm debris.
Again, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, as you may recall, I think we all do, the Sunday of Memorial Day weekend, a very vicious thunderstorm or set of storms moved through the St. Louis region. One area in Wildwood seemed to be particularly hit hard, and that is, for the most part, a swath of the city south of Manchester Road and north of Interstate 44. In some instances, based upon information from the Weather Service, they believe that straight line winds in certain areas of Wildwood exceeded 100 miles per hour. And along with those high winds were hail. That formula or recipe leads to a lot of damage to the woodlands and trees. Recently, the department's been contacted by several property owners in that general vicinity about disposal of storm debris, whether it be large tree trunks, limbs, just any fallings from the trees themselves, and how best to do it. One consistent suggestion that the department has heard is maybe the use of what is called an open burn or prescribed burn, so to speak. And there are provisions in state statute that allow for this. And certainly there are a number of concerns with any type of open burn. But for the most part, that process is managed by the Missouri Department of Natural Resources. And in this instance, 2 fire districts, Metro West and Eureka. And certainly tonight, the department is just offering this as a discussion point and seeking direction. If there is an interest in proceeding forward, the department will work with the city attorney, the city administrator, and the 2 fire marshals and bring back a proposal for consideration and action at the July meeting. If there are any questions regarding this particular matter, the department would be glad to try to answer them at this time. And as always, thank you for your attention.
Okay, We have any questions or comments? Councilmember Rambo.
Yes, Joe, what do you need to move forward with this? I think it's a great idea. You know, but I probably should mention that this disaster struck me as badly as it did anyone in the city. And I have tons and tons and tons and tons of slash to clean up, let alone giant logs. And I think this is a good way to handle it. We probably would have to have some sort of a permit process so that we look at the fire breaks and the safety factors and so on and so forth. But I would, does it take a motion to move that forward, Mr. Mayor, or should I just, what do I need to do?
The department will respectfully just request a motion to proceed forward and engage with the different parties to basically come up with
Come up with a
exactly
plan.
what you just described, protocol.
So moved then.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Councilmember Marshall with the second. So with the motion on the floor, any other questions, discussion? Councilmember Dodwell and then followed by Councilmember Eads.
You answered one of the questions already. What time of year are you looking at doing controlled burns? I mean, we're not talking about doing it in July and August and September, are we? Or to me, those are the least favorite times to do them, but maybe I'm wrong.
And I am not the individual that can answer that question with any authority. What I will tell you though is that would be one of the first questions I would ask of the Missouri Department of Natural Resources and the two fire marshals. Eureka Fire Protection District seems to have a little bit more knowledge on this. In fact, that is one of the individuals I talked to. His father lives by Councilmember Rambo. And for the most part, they couldn't access the driveway in or out for several days because of the fallen trees. So I will get that answer to you if the motion is approved. But certainly we have to be conscious of the weather. If it's a dry period, nobody succeeds if we try something then.
Can I ask one more question then? For these large timber trees, are they going to be utilized or sold for timber sources for the industry, or are you just going to watch a 100-year oak tree slowly burn over months?
Well, certainly from the department's perspective, a slow burn for months with ash, soot, and smell in the air is not a successful open burn. And certainly, I think there are provisions in both state statute and probably county health code that prohibit such. I'd actually like to see if there's an entity out there that would like to basically harvest the trees. I don't know if they're acceptable or not, but at least that'd be something we could explore in this next 5-week period between council meetings.
I have Councilmember Edens and then we can come to you. Oh, did you have a comment related to? Okay, if you want to follow up, then
Sure, okay.
I'll let you do that and then we'll hit Councilmember Edens' questions.
Two very quick things. Number one, I'm struggling to harvest as many of the logs as I can because some of them were literally 250 years old. I mean, giant trees. And that's tough as a one-man band, but I'm determined to do it. The problem is we have Wildwood's notoriously steep and deep terrain, and a lot of these fell in the middle of the woods, and it's very difficult to get up there and do it. And so I'm not sure we would get, and moreover, if you try to wade through all the what's called slash, the smaller limbs and the leaves and stuff, sawyers won't generally touch it because it's not profitable for them to get in there and, you know, do fussy work for hours just to recover a single log. And so I'm not sure how much of that can happen, but it's worth finding some sawyers and asking the question. And our new arborist is working on that very question. The other thing I'll say is there are so many proscribed parameters for any controlled burn. The humidity has to be between 50 and 55%, and the wind has to be in the particular direction, and it can't be over a certain speed, and so on and so forth. And by the way, green stuff doesn't burn, and so it's generally easier in the summer sometimes to do these kinds of burns, and that's the permit process that Joe's going to look into. But I feel confident we can do it. And for the environmentalists and on the dais here, we're adding the same amount of carbon to the air as we would over time with the trees just rotting away naturally. It's just, we have to control the smoke. That's all. So thanks for, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Edens.
I think this can be answered verbally, but if it takes a follow-up email, that's okay. I used to understand where everybody's wards started and began before redistricting a lot better. And so can you just help me understand what wards have Monarch? What ward, I know my ward is split between Monarch and Metro, what wards just have Metro, and where that line is, and in what ward with Eureka acting as mutual aid or as the advisor, and in a response with, I'm guessing Metro.
Well, I'll start with the easiest one. Eureka Fire Protection District is primarily wards 1 and 6.
Okay,
Their boundary, for all intents and purposes, if you drew a line straight from, let's say, Al Foster Memorial Trail to the east and west, that's about it. When we have issues like heat, exhaustion, things like that at the trail, oftentimes both ambulances will respond because it's right on the border. The Ameren, Missouri high voltage transmission line is the separator between Monarch and Metro West.
Mhm.
And so from that perspective, they have parts of 1, 2, 3, and maybe a
7?
bit of 4, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
And then through the core of the city or the center of the city, it's a mix again between 1 parts of 6, the northern part of 6, and then 7 and 8 for the most part.
Or Metro.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, thank you.
And I may have missed like 4 and 5. I think that's Metro, by the way.
Yeah, for so right now I've got Monarch and Eureka wards 1, Monarch and Metro wards 2, Monarch just ward 3, Monarch the tip of it. Okay. Okay. And then 4 is Monarch, 5 is Metro West, Eureka is 6, and Metro 7 is Metro, and 8 is Metro.
Metro West, 8 may be mixed again. In Eureka, we have actually a map that reflects this. So we'll just drop it in an email to all of you tomorrow.
Be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions regarding the item that we have a motion on the floor. So seeing none, then we'll take a voice vote on that motion. Does anyone need it repeated, or if you do, raise your hand? Seeing no hands up,
Yeah,
then we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes it for action items. So we'll move into miscellaneous. We have one receive and file item. Director British, do you want to speak to that item?
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, as many of our boards and commissions now do, we have annual work programs. The Planning and Zoning Commission is no different, and on their annual work program for the last few years has been an update to the subdivision and development regulations. Those regulations were adopted initially at the incorporation of the city, had a major overhaul, and were adopted in February 1996. And since that time, there have been updates to certain sections, but not an overall review. And so the Planning and Zoning Commission, as part of its work program, thought it would be appropriate to kind of just step back and look at some of the key sections, particularly those we know that there have been changes both from the development community standpoint as well as from our residents. And so at the meeting last Monday night, the Planning and Zoning Commission agreed to have a work session, and that work session is to be scheduled in July. And I'm advising you of it, and you should receive an email inviting you to attend. If there are any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Armin?
Thank you.
All right, we're in miscellaneous. I'll just ask again, we did have this in the for information, but are there any questions or comments related to any of the meeting agenda items? Meeting that starts shortly. We can entertain those at this time. So Councilmember Edens.
I have a miscellaneous work session question first before we move on to council, if that's
Sure.
okay. I was just wondering if Director Brown could give an update. I know I briefly asked him this before, but I just don't have a timeline answer for my residents of when the Prestwick crosswalk will go out to bid and when we think that work could start on that.
Thank you, Councilman. Currently, we have a plan in hand for the crosswalk, and if you recall, there's two crosswalks that are proposed for the rapid rectangular flashing beacons on Strecker Road. We did receive those drawings from our consultant. We need to finish our review of them and then finalize the work that goes into the bid documents at this point. As you know, we've been very busy doing other things, looking at gates at Turnberry as well. So one question might be whether we combine a potential gate with a bid to do the crosswalks at that same location or not. So because of that reason, we haven't really pushed moving forward just yet with a bid, but I think we would be in a position to do that within the next few months and then potentially get under construction shortly thereafter.
My thought would be is if one thing's ready to go before the other, then not to hold the public safety component back while waiting for more information back about the gate, because I'm not sure how easy it'll be to schedule a meeting to iron out the maintenance agreement with Turnberry. So I don't want to hold back anything public safety related on Prestwick if we can get it ready to go sooner.
Understood.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Dodd.
Sorry, Rick, I've got a question on that same subject with the number of crosswalks in the 1/3 to half mile stretch of Strecker Road there. How many will that be once we put one up at Turnberry? Because you've got another one that's going in over at Canterbury, don't you? You've already got that one there.
On Strecker, we have the two in place currently. And then we're talking about installing two more, one at Prestwick Place. And then the other idea was to install one at Turnberry at that intersection as well. So there'd be a total of 4 on Strecker Road in that
And
section.
just place is that down at the bottom of the hill at Strecker, but just before Clayton,
That's correct. Yeah.
behind 6. Okay, so within a quarter of a mile, maybe a half a mile, we've got 4 cross locations on Strecker.
I don't know if it's quite that short. I have to do some quick, calculations
About it.
to
I'll give you
get a
half.
better estimate, but I would say it's probably
Okay.
closer to a mile and a half, maybe.
Received any complaints, for instance, about the lights flashing? I'm just curious.
No, I can't say that we've received complaints regarding the lights flashing or anything negative, relative to the 2 that have been installed.
Just a quick question. Would it in any way save on construction costs to do them both at the same time if they were both installed around the same time?
Departments to install the 2 with one bid letting, yes, that would definitely be advisable from a construction cost standpoint, but
Talking about the gate and the sidewalk, not the 2 crosswalks.
adding the gate into the bid might not be a bad idea either. To expand the overall scope of work, to add the gate at the same location, seems to me that would make some sense potentially.
So
Yes.
understanding that better and the reason for coupling them together, I withdraw my previous comment, I guess, and I would just,
Discuss that further.
yeah, okay, I see where you're going now and why. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah, Rick or Joe, I'm not sure which one of you guys this applies to, but I got a couple of questions this week. There are these kind of large puddles. I'm going to call them puddles. It's just standing water all the time on Clayton Road, like just west of Strecker. And I'm hearing that there's many bugs happening now. So I don't know if there's something we can do about that, or if that's a county thing, or if we can throw some rocks in it, or I don't know, but it looks pretty gross.
Well, I think with the city administrator's permission, we can reach out to St. Louis County maybe to start there. I think I know what you're referencing. The area is very flat near the bridge and it doesn't drain very well, and we can certainly bring that to the county's attention to see if they might be agreeable to addressing it.
That'd be great.
Any other questions from the council while we're in miscellaneous? All right, seeing none, then we'll look for a motion to adjourn the work session. Made by Councilmember Ottenberg. Is there a second? Councilmember Farmer? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? That motion passes. So the work session is adjourned. We will reconvene at 6:30 for our council meeting. Thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. If you could just take a seat if there's any available or settle down, we're going to get started. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. Great to see you all for our city council meeting. So we're going to start with the roll call here. So I'll ask our city clerk to begin with the roll call item.
Mayor Garitano,
Present.
Councilmember Roast,
Here.
Councilmember Edens,
Here.
Councilmember Ottenberg,
Here.
Councilmember Dodwell,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Jaxi,
Here.
Councilmember Hopper, Councilmember Galani,
Here.
Councilmember Preston,
Here.
Councilmember Mabry,
Here.
Councilmember Nyan,
Here.
Councilmember Farmer,
Here.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
Here.
Councilmember Rambo,
Here.
Councilmember Crayons,
Here.
Councilmember Albers.
Here.
Okay, thank you. If you could all join me, if you're able to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag. All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes, which will be part of the consent agenda. So we will now move into public participation. So this will be an opportunity for members of the public to speak here. And just a reminder, we do have several public hearings that are taking place. So if you are here to speak on a public hearing item that's listed under public hearings on the agenda, I would say then hold to speak to at that point when that public hearing item is brought up. If you have already spoken on a public hearing item previously, there is an item that was continued, then please note that you're only able to speak one time for a public hearing. So make sure you have submitted a card to our city clerk up front here. So public participation is an opportunity. If you do wish to speak, just make sure you've turned in a card and your name will be called up. All right, when your name is called, you can approach the podium and just state your name and ward number. And to ensure that all who wish to speak to have the opportunity to do so, there is a 5-minute time limitation, and I will let you know when that time limit is reached. If you have any questions for us, please mention that during your remarks and identify the official you would like to respond. The official will make note of it, and at the conclusion of the public participation, any official who chooses to respond will have 3 minutes to do so. As all questions directed to that official. The official may choose to respond to your questions after tonight's meeting. Please be respectful to others in making your remarks. Interrupting others and using profane or abusive language are prohibited. And I want to thank you, everyone in advance, for following these guidelines. So we'll get started again with public participation.
Vicky Robleski,
Hi, I'm Vicky Robleski, Ward 1 and President of the Windsor Crest Subdivision Homeowners Association. First, I just wanted to say congratulations to Mayor Garitano and new members of City Council. Thank you for your willingness to serve the residents of Wildwood. 2 years ago, I was elected president of the Board of Directors in Windsor Crest and continued the quest that Jim Van Ness started to have the alleys in Windsor Crest dedicated based on the updated master plan approved in August of 2021. It specifically indicated alleys in town center would be made public as the first recommendation. For new council members, Windsor Crest was told the policy for public dedication of streets did not include alleys, so the first year was spent getting the additional wording approved. Then Windsor Crest did petition for the dedication. Planning and zoning did their report and recommended it, and City Council voted for approval. The final piece was for the resolution be presented by the Admin Public Works to City Council for approval. Instead, Admin Public Works indicated they would not proceed. During a meeting with Mr. Lee, Mr. Brown, Mr. Homel, and Ms. Clark, the board was told there was 2 reasons not to move forward. 1, our roads were considered secondary access. The streets in front of our homes were the primary access. The roads behind do meet dedication criteria in terms of drainage, signage, and surfaces. They are our primary access to our driveways and to our garages, because Windsor Crest only has rear entry access. Second, the condition. They're 20 years old. And guess what? When they approved it in the update of the master plan, they also knew that when they made the recommendation. The roads, we were told, need to be scraped and resurfaced for dedication, based on conditions. So let's talk about condition for just a second. Center Avenue met none of the criteria for dedication. And after the city has spent, from what I figured, 750,000 plus at this point in terms of approvals, they will still not meet dedication criteria according to the policy. The homeowners were not asked to pay for resurfacing, and in a recent meeting in P&Z, they asked for more funds for landscaping and for a company to assist with securing more property rights to move utilities. If that's not enough, the city has also dedicated $1 million to go towards Crestview without having the property rights for that future development. Windsor Crest homeowners want city council members to take the petition for dedication that we submitted last fall seriously. We asked council members Brost and Preston to get involved and ask that the resolution for dedication be brought forward for approval. For remaining council members, we ask that you also get involved and make sure Windsor Crest is not treated differently. Given City Council has recently indicated it has $16 million in reserve, and the cost of future maintenance from bids received ranges from $77,000 to $137,000 for future maintenance, we ask that the dedication be approved. Windsor Crest has done everything that we've been asked. It's time for members of City Council to step up and assist us with this approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have our next speaker.
The next speaker is Lynn Link.
Lynn Link, Ward 6. Wildwood has was incorporated to provide a voice and an extra layer of protection to our residents in our shared environment. The council and the mayor are elected into office by their citizens to be a voice in all municipal matters that come before them, always having the welfare of the citizens and not the wishes of developers to guide their vote. Citizens throughout the state continuously see existing zoning ordinance eroded by developers. Municipal zoning was created not for aesthetic purposes only, but more importantly, to stop developers who would put profits over safeties of the citizens in our environment. Each variance granted from existing zoning regulation put in place to keep citizens and environment safe sets an unsafe precedent to put us all at risk. In December of 2022, the Missouri Supreme Court and Bank in the BG Olive and Grazier versus Forsyth Investment LLC versus the City of Creve Coeur confirmed the rights of municipalities with regard to discretion to deny any development through ordinance stating, quote, the city reserves full authority to deny any request for conditional use. This gives municipalities both authority and protection. So maybe the city attorney can comment on that. With regard to the proposed latitude N20, N38 development, after listening to the numerous concerns voiced by our citizens and the developer, failing to address these concerns, both planning and zoning and the city council voted to keep the citizens and our environment safe and didn't approve it. The developer filed an appeal which was set for public hearing last month. In May, the developer indicated they were not ready and requested a continuance from the public hearing on the appeal, which they had already prepared. Last month, amid standing room only crowds, citizens were told they could only speak either at the public hearing or at the public, or either at the public hearing or at this public hearing section. I've looked on the city's website. public hearing guidelines and throughout the Roberts Rules of Order and saw nothing limiting the right to speak when public hearing matter is set and then continue with multiple hearings. Roberts states, quote, "Everyone has the right to participate in a discussion if they wish before anyone may speak a second time." I chose to speak, and as did the developer, Mr. Bosworth. Though he had requested a continuance, he stated that the citizens who have continuously raised concerns about this development since September, including too high density water runoff and erosion, soil toxin testing, and proper asbestos abatement, the citizens should have voiced their objections sooner, was his reply. Although I have seen Mr. Bosworth at almost every public hearing I've been to, I've never heard him address any of the substance of the public concerns. The developer's behavior in this regard alone should be a warning sign to the council as to anticipated future behavior that's likely not to comply with municipal rules and address complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now going to move on to the mayor's announcements and appointments section. So for announcements, I will come down there and I'll ask the Lafayette High School boys volleyball team representatives to come forward, and I'll meet you down there. All right. Can you all hear me? All right, great to have everyone here tonight. I'm excited about this part of the agenda here because we've got not one, but two teams that represent our city. So I'm thrilled tonight to recognize the Lafayette High School boys varsity balls volleyball team with the proclamation. So let me tell you a little bit about them here. So they're comprised of very talented young athletes whose teamwork and toughness led them to a 30-2 record in the 2024 season this year. Whereas the Lafayette High School varsity boys volleyball team won the Missouri High School Activities Association Class 1 District 4 Championship and the Class 1 State Championship, the first MSHSAA sanctioned boys volleyball state champion. Let's give them a round of applause for that. All right, so therefore, I, Joseph Garitano, Mayor of the City of Wildwood, on behalf of the City of Wildwood, do on this 10th day of June, 2024, hereby congratulate and commend the coaches and players on the 2024 team for their outstanding individual efforts, team play, sportsmanship, and success in bringing home a state championship for Lafayette High School. Congratulations again. All right, now we have another team that's going to come up tonight. So I'm going to ask the Eureka High School varsity girls lacrosse team to come on up. So this team comprised of several very talented young athletes whose teamwork and toughness led them to an 18-1 record in the 2024 season this year. Whereas the Eureka High School varsity girls lacrosse team won their first Missouri Scholastic Lacrosse Association state championship. Congratulations. So therefore, I, Joseph Garitano, Mayor of the City of Wildwood, on behalf of the City of Wildwood, do on this 10th day of June, 2024, hereby congratulate and commend the coaches and players on the 2024 team for their outstanding individual efforts, team play, sportsmanship, and success in bringing home a state championship for Eureka High School. Congratulations again. So we're not done yet. We're going to call on two more students to come up here. Isn't this exciting? So the Historic Preservation Commission of our city has endorsed the appointments of Aviyut Raguraman and Ayushi Bor to the new youth member positions on the commission. So can you both come on up? I'm going to read a little bit about them. So Aviyut Raguraman will be entering the 9th grade at Lafayette High School. He was a former Route 66 Student Task Force member and served as the events co-chair of it. He's demonstrated tremendous growth over the course of his service to the commission, offering many creative ideas that enhanced its activities, starring in several promotional videos for events, and serving as the host of the Route 66 Drive-In event. He's diligently kept in touch with the Department of Planning since then, offering to be involved in fundraising activities for the commission's projects. And he has led fundraising projects for initiatives such as Souls for Souls, where under his leadership, over 300 shoes were collected for donation. He aspires to enter the medical field and is participating in the Future Health Professionals Club, along with the Speech and Debate, Science Council, Varsity Tennis, and the Lafayette Principals Advisory Committee. He describes himself as hardworking, creative, a leader, responsible, and committed. And if he could have dinner with anyone from the past, he said it would be Isaac Newton, to pick his brain about how he arrived at his theories. And now I'm going to read to you about Ayushi Bor. She'll be entering the 11th grade of Lafayette High School. She's originally from Michigan, but moved to Wildwood 8 years ago. History is her favorite subject in school, and she believes educating the community about the city's historic preservation sites is important. Ayushi spends much of her spare time volunteering, particularly for the Daniel Boone Library and senior living homes. At school, she's involved in Health Occupation Students of America, Future Business Leaders of America, the International Leadership Club, and Speech and Debate. Presently, she aspires to study medical law and stated this opportunity with the commission would be a unique way to learn about how local government functions and the process behind historic preservation. She describes herself as creative, organized, open-minded, punctual. She did arrive at her interview 5 minutes early, and fun. And if she could have dinner with anyone from the past, she would have it with Emily Dickinson, to learn about being a woman during that historical period and what it was like to be a writer. So I want to congratulate Avi Youth and Ayushi on being our new members of the commission there. Congratulations. Yeah, take picture. All right, thank you so much. Looking forward to hearing what you can do for our city. Thank you. To be official, we will need a motion and a second to approve the appointments of Avi Youth Raghuram and Ayushi Board. Can I get a motion made by Councilmember Farmer and seconded by Councilmember Rambo? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed or abstain? The motion passes. So congratulations. All right. So now we'll move on to public hearings. So I have several public hearings for tonight, and I'll ask the city clerk to read those who have submitted cards to speak at the public hearings. So the first public hearing is a continuance of public hearing that started our last meeting. So we'll proceed to continue with the item here. And Director Vunish, do you have anything you wish to speak of in regards to starting or continuing this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the mayor and city council are aware, this is an appeal of a decision made by the Planning and Zoning Commission relative to a two-petition proposal for the development of a certain site that's located at the southeast corner of Etherton Road and Crestview Drive. The items, the two announcements relative to the appeal were read into the record, as I recall, at the last meeting. And so to Mr. Young, do they need to be recited again tonight?
No, sir.
And with that, there has been a great deal of material provided to you by the Planning and Zoning Commission over the course of the process, and you received most of that at the May meeting of City Council. And certainly after the presentation by the petitioner or petitioner's representative, the Department of Planning, and Mr. Young, our city attorney, will be available for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and proceed. And then just to remind everyone, so the way public hearing rules are, the applicant will have 9 minutes to speak. All speakers otherwise will have 5 minutes to speak. Is that correct, city attorney? Okay. So therefore, we'll go ahead and get started here with those that have submitted cards for the public hearing. Are you ready, city clerk, or do we have any other? Okay, so the applicant will come up first then. So we'll ask for the applicant at this time. And if you come up, please state your name for the record.
Sorry. My name is Brad Goss. I represent the developer. My address is 120 South Central, Suite 700, St. Louis, Missouri. And we are appealing the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision with regard to the Latitude N38 project. With me tonight is Tony Bosworth at TMB Realty, Will Levinson of Benton Homes, and David Voles of Voles Engineering. They are also available to answer questions. Hang on. Go. Okay, sorry. With regard to the site itself, it's 6.9 acres. Latitude N38 has owned this site for 2 years. The frontage is on Etherton Road and also on Crestview Drive, which is the future Main Street. There's 742 feet of frontage along Crestview Drive. Latitude N30 first presented this project back in 2018, but then they tabled it because the town center update process was going on. So they wanted to see what would happen with that. So they waited for that process to be completed, and then they completely submitted a new plan that was in alignment with the town center update team's recommendations and what the city council adopted. Prior to 2018, the town center regulating plan called for all of this to be developed as downtown. During the town center update process, what was noted by both the city staff and the planning department and the economic development committee was that there was a need for density to support business, and that in fact there were a limited number of commercial projects that had taken place in the town center over a 20-year period, and there had been a lack of acceptance of multiple family types and those projects. The town center regulating plan isolated 3 particular areas: addition A1, addition A3, and then our site itself as particular areas that required change. And with respect to our site, they changed the area from what was neighborhood edge to a neighborhood general, or excuse me, from a commercial designation to a neighborhood general designation. And our plan is consistent with the neighborhood general requirements, as you'll see. Now, the intent of the town center plan, which I think you're very familiar with, Ordinance 415 adopted it. And in that plan, the city decided that they needed a different kind of approach to the town center, and that the suburban development pattern, which had been the history of this area generally and of Wildwood, was not appropriate for the town center, and that in fact there needed to be a whole different paradigm consistent with new urbanism that would be adopted, which was create mixed-use communities, and the design should favor pedestrian and pedestrian-friendly and other modes of transportation access. So that the design principles that were adopted, there are 6. For neighborhood design, it was to be pedestrian-friendly, multiple vehicle access points, parking on the side and rear of buildings. Green space was supposed to be abundant with public open space incorporated into the design. The architecture was supposed to follow the town center plan building designs, and lighting was to be for safety and was to reduce night glow and spillage. Land use were to be the uses permitted by right, as set out in the land use designations of the town center plan, and there was to be a mix of uses in the town center area. Streets and sidewalks, the streets and lighting and furniture was to adhere to the streetscape design standards of the town center plan, and the infrastructure was to meet the stormwater management and public sewer requirements, complying both with town center and MSD specifications. And I heard a comment earlier about stormwater concerns, and of course, those are an MSD requirement, and we are complying with MSD's requirements with respect to stormwater. Now, the goals of the amended town center plan that when it was updated, it was a 31-month process. There were a number of goals that were established. Among other things, the regulating plan for Latitude N38's property was changed to a neighborhood general district. Crestview, or future Main Street, in the area around Etherton, 10 properties were changed to neighborhood general by the town center update team, and the density of attached and detached homes were increased to 11:1 density. And then there are some other modifications made to the plan as well. But those are the ones that were particularly important for purposes of this hearing and this meeting. With respect to the neighborhood general, permitted land uses include row houses and apartment buildings, such as we are proposing in our project. The lot sizes, the width can be a minimum of 20 feet, and the depth can be a minimum of 80 feet. And then there are also maximums. The building standards, front setback, is to be 0 to 15 feet. And the reason for that is you want to bring homes close to the street, not have larger setbacks. The straight zoning would call for a 20-foot setback and no closer. And that's the R6A zoning. We're supposed to have setbacks that are consistent with the town center and this kind of mixed-use, neighborhood-friendly approach, a pedestrian-friendly design that's emphasizing walkability. And the public open space is to meet the requirements of the city's zoning ordinance, subject to the Plan Development Overlay District. So when you look at the town center and the allowable zoning, R6A is what will be allowed under the neighborhood general. That's what it calls for. So the maximum setback or the minimum setback is 20 feet. That's as close as you can be in the front yard. That's not what the town center plan calls for, which is 0 to 15 feet. Similarly, the height in R6A is actually higher than what the planned residential development calls for. You can be as high as 4 stories. That's not true with the planned residential development overlay. You can only be 40 feet or 3.5 stories in height. In fact, if you look at the development manual for town center, really the only way to achieve that is through using a planned development. You can't achieve it with the R6A. So as that is a goal of the city, we believe that the using a planned development is consistent with the city's zoning requirements. The location has a number of residential developments around it. There's Main Street Crossing, which is directly to the west and across Atherton Road, Cambry Subdivision to the northwest, Grover Crossing down to the south. Immediately south of us is really historical development of Wildwood. It hasn't been redeveloped since it was originally developed many, many years ago. The City Hall and Village Green is immediately to the east of our site. Our site, of course, is in the middle with the star. Our current zoning is non-urban, and we are requesting that it be rezoned to an R6A with the overlay for the planned development. Our density on our site is 9.3 to 1. Prior to dedication, it would be 8.26 to 1. We are dedicating a significant amount of property
You have 1 minute.
for Main Street. And so in order to achieve that, we have to use a planned development. So if you look at this site, it's gone through 6 different iterations. We've reduced the number of homes from 67 to 57. There's been a 15% reduction in the number of homes. We have a 10-foot trail along Atherton. We have a tree preservation plan that absolutely exceeds the city's requirements. We provide for future growth. We have a significant buffer between ourselves and the property to the south. We have a C-type buffer, plus we have a 32-inch tall fence along the southern border, which again is to provide that buffer that's required. There'll be no light spillage off of the site. We will meet the city's requirements, and our architecture will be compliant with the architecture required by the new town center code. It's compliant and in accordance with all of the other homes that are
We're at
around us. Happy to
9
answer any
minutes.
questions that you might have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So now we will go ahead and start with speakers.
Yep.
City Clerk, can you please call our first speaker up?
The first speaker is Dawn Gay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to see you and be here. My name is Don Gay. I live at 2409 Larksong in the Canberry subdivision, which has been mentioned here tonight. And I was glad to see some of these slides refer to all the developments here, because one of my main complaints is the density. This plan has been presented many, many times with, granted, several changes, but a lot of them have not addressed the requirements or the complaints of the people that will live around this development. First and foremost, in everybody's mind here, is the term rental. Placing a rental development amongst several surrounding homes owned by people who live there. That's been one of the main complaints. That hasn't changed. They keep talking about decreased density. Well, still placing that many units on that piece of land that is rental property is not good for the surrounding area. The cars that would hit the road, so to speak, on Eaterton Road, which can barely handle what's there now, people that walk there take their lives in jeopardy because of the hills there and the width of the road. So you add on another, I don't know, 50 some odd units with associated cars and parking places. That's that's a real problem. What happens in 3 to 5 to 10 years when they decide to sell that development to someone else? It's been my experience in seeing rental developments that as this happens, standards go down, things change, not for the better. The occupants of the area of a rental area would be somewhat transient, 1-year leases or 2-year leases, there and gone. And I've been exposed to many rental developments over many years of my life. And those that are in close approximation to homes that are owned by individuals decreases the value of those homes. So these are just a few of the things that have been mentioned every single time that I've heard this discussed. And I must say, if there's any award to be given for presentations made by the developer with still not considering the requirements or the desires of the surrounding homeowners, if there's an award for that, then this development should get that award. Thank you very much.
The next,
If you, just in order to keep the meeting going, I'll just kindly ask if you could just hold on the applause there. So we'll move forward with the city clerk.
the next speaker is Debbie Donaldson.
Hello, my name's Debbie Donaldson, and I live in Ward 8 at 17016 Canberry Lane. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. We had a pretty big event in our family this weekend. Our son, Braden Donaldson, married the love of his life, Courtney Kirkoffer. Both were raised locally, and I honored those roots. They graduated from Eureka High School a year apart and Mizzou a year apart. They never met, though Braden knew her best friend through all of those years. They met on the dating app Hinge. The rest is magical. Please remember the word Hinge. The rehearsal dinner was at a Mexican food venue down on Washington Avenue in the city of St. Louis because they married at the Marriott Grand, and the wedding was in the ballroom, as was the reception at the Marriott Grand in the Statler Ballroom. I want to point out the impact that some local businesses had on the wedding. The rehearsal dinner, I had Miss Becky from Miss Becky's Salsa Shack make Mexican brownies. If you've never had them, you must. They will change your life. I also had Colleen from Sweet Hope Bakery make gooey butter cake. Our family came from Michigan. They'd never had that treat, and they loved every bite. This little honey bear with its blue cap was produced by an at-home business. It was Marta Allred from, she's a local beekeeper, if you're not familiar with her. And so I had her put this little tag on it with this bee, and it's forming a heart from the buzzing. And it says meant to be, B-E-E. And I gave those out to every guest at the rehearsal dinner, and they were so touched by it. The blue represented the color used for the bridesmaids' dresses. So it was pretty special. It was a hit. All this to say, Wildwood was present at one of the most meaningful occasions in the life of our family. I serve on the recently formed organization, Businesses of Wildwood Connections Account. We formed to support local at-home and brick and mortar businesses. Now I'm going to get to the crux of my talk, my concerns. There's no economic development manager yet that I've heard. This position has been open for months. Lucky Dog Central has taken months to open. So many delays, it's not open yet. Many in Canby are so excited for this business to open. We talk about wanting to have a walkable community. That is a vision that Wildwood says it has. Let's get that business open. That young couple has worked very, very hard. Sassafras Clothing, they were waiting for their permit to get open. The new clothing store over by the Wildwood Pub. There was a failure to show up to grant the occupancy permit. The email newsletter from Wildwood, City of Wildwood, had a link to businesses that no longer exist. New businesses were not added as well. Signage issues, keep them small, says City Hall. That's just not okay. Suggestions for a bike rack that I made in honor of the first Wildwood mayor, David Glazer, who died in a tragic biking accident on 10/22/22, and commemorate him. Put that on the bike racks would be such a cool idea. We're known for our biking and walking trails. And I said that at about 6 months ago at a economic development meeting that was held early in the morning. Let me point out, my career is in housing. I'm a local realtor. Given my previous comments, does Wildwood need more housing to sustain our businesses or more support for local businesses from our city leaders? I am asking that the city of Wildwood figure out who and what we want to be. Mayor Garitano, let's start making your vision of reawakening in Wildwood now. Planning tomorrow today cannot happen soon enough. Lastly, just like a little app called Hinge brought Braden and Courtney together when the timing was right, the timing is right now. As I said, the word hinge, little hinges swing big doors. Let's get down to basic. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker card is Timothy Comer.
Hello, my name's Tim Comer. I live at 2460 Etherton Road in Wildwood. I would say I will be the number one person impacted by this development. My property will border this development. And let me just say that in previous meetings, Tony's spoke, he's went to talk to Main Street and he's went to talk to the people in Canberry. Well, Tony's never come to talk to me. And he will destroy my property. First off, he will destroy my property with erosion because all the water from almost to Crestview drains to me. And if it doesn't drain to me, it drains to my neighbor behind me. I had a 75-year-old tree in the middle of my backyard at the very point where I acquire most of the erosion. And guess what? This year, it just pulled up out of the ground because of the erosion. It can't take it. It cannot take any more homes in this area. And Tony's attorney spoke earlier about my property line, and they're going to put landscaping and a 32-inch fence. Does everybody know how tall 32 inches is? It's about this tall. So what is that going to block? Is that going to block all the cars? Because all the roads lead to my house. So I'll have every headlight from this neighborhood bleeding into my backyard that has been dark, quiet for the 25 plus years that I have lived here. This is the very reason I bought my home in Wildwood. I used to live in Creve Coeur. We didn't like it. It was too dense. We moved here. We had started our family. It was a beautiful place. Quiet, lots of room for the kids to play. And then Tony came along, started picking these houses off one by one, taking them from all the elderly people, paying low prices, renting for high prices. He brought in a renter from his last property. She was there, 9 months. And she had the police call her 19 times. Not one time by me. I could have called 19 on my own. A lot of these problems, Tony could have stopped immediately. I called him, said, Tony, this is what's going on. He said, Tim, it's not my problem. City of Wildwood's problem. Call them. So guess what? You approve this. You got 57 more problems. And I can tell you, you don't want it. And Tony's not a good landlord. because he doesn't take care of his resident. And if anyone, they're not brave enough to come up here because they'll kick him out. It's that simple. But he's done nothing to change this plan. And I think his lawyer, whoever he is, said it was 67. I think it started at 62 and then it went to 57. I don't care if it goes to 47. 37 may be more like a real number. There's a development down the street that has 3 acres and they're begging for 9. How can we ever grant him 57? You know, we don't need him for the road. That's what this is, all about the road, the road, the road. Hey, that's his only leverage point. We don't need him for the road. You know, and he puts up these signs, negative signs, don't trespass, don't trespass. He misspells the word trespassing. Come on. Who's doing your printing? Is this the same people that's going to be running the complex? You can't even spell basic words. I'm telling you people, this is a bad development. Planning and zoning has shut it down twice. Council has shut it down.
1 minute.
It's bad. And you need to respect planning and zoning. They put hours and hours and hours and hours into this. Several of them on the town center committee. They don't want it. None of the citizens of Wildwood want it. Real quickly, I ran to be a city councilman last go at it. I talked to over 300 people. This is the first question when I knocked on their door. What do you think of this? And I told them, they said, you have my vote. That's a pretty powerful thing. No one that I have ever spoke with in the city of Wildwood wants this development. And I think you need to respect the citizens of Wildwood and you need to look after us and especially look after me. I've been a 25-year resident. This will ruin my property. It will devalue my property. And I need your help. I've been at every meeting. I've spoke against it. And I think it needs to end here. And we need to stop giving them the variances
We're at
and
5
the zoning
minutes.
changes.
The next speaker is Terry Patterson.
Good evening. My name is Terry Patterson and I live at 2445 Etherton Road in Wildwood. I would like to thank you all for your service for our community and thank you for listening to all our concerns. My husband and I moved to Main Street Crossing in 2020, knowing that the area straight across from us would eventually be developed. We assumed any neighborhood would reflect the quality and the charm of Canberry and Main Street Crossing. We did not imagine the kind of proposal that you are being asked to consider with Latitude N38. Last month, the developer spoke at the meeting and said, you planned tomorrow today. We are now tomorrow. In other words, he indicated that the city council created this. And now you have to accept a bad proposal that you created. He told you to do your homework. I'm a teacher. I know what that means. Was a teacher. Before the meeting tonight, he said to do your homework. My hope is that you are not swayed by this kind of intimidation. Latitude N38 is a bad idea. The truth is that a rental complex like this one will decrease the home values in Canberry and Main Street Crossing. If you look at the proposed units, you will see a stark contrast between the existing neighborhoods and that one. If you haven't, I would urge you to drive from Route 109 up Main Street to Etherton Road. It is truly lovely. Then imagine Main Street connecting to the town center on what is now Crestview. Look at the proposed rows of dense attached rental property, and you will surely see the difference. Is this what you want visitors to see and to pass as they drive to the Village Green or into the town center from Route 109? I hope not. Latitude N38 does not reflect the feel or the atmosphere that makes our neighborhoods so special. I hope you seek developers who will add to the beauty of what is already in the area rather than marring it. Any new development should enhance and not distract. Last year, Mr. Bosworth spoke with a group after a planning and zoning meeting right outside of City Hall. When asked why rentals, he replied that he makes more money that way. He makes more money, but at what cost? Home ownership matters. Having a vested interest in your property matters. When McBride proposed a development on the other side of Crestview, they met with neighbors multiple times and changed their concept each time to address the concerns of the neighbors. In the end, they proposed something very similar to Main Street Crossing. Have the developers of this proposal even tried to work with the neighbors? No, they have not. In fact, they seem to have complete disdain for those in the neighboring communities and really couldn't care less about our concerns. The density and the rental nature of this proposed complex is negative. It's negative enough. But another consideration is Etherton Road. My husband and I drive on it daily, and it is truly a tragedy waiting to happen. It cannot handle the kind of increased traffic that this proposal would bring. Before any new development occurs off of Etherton Road, shoulders and sidewalks need to be installed for public
minute.
safety. I ask you to address the infrastructure first before adding traffic to a road that is already a danger to pedestrians, bicyclists, as well as vehicles. Thank you so much for caring about Wildwood, for all that you do for the city, and thank you for listening to us.
The next speaker is Megan Gillespie.
Hello, Megan Gillespie. I live at 17002 Main Street. People before me have said a lot of the same concerns that I have. Frankly, I'm kind of surprised to be here because we've done this a number of times. The appeal is for the P&Z meeting upholding the original vote from this group, and nothing's changed. So why should it change now? If this was just about checking boxes, you guys wouldn't need to vote. The reason that we need you is you need to interpret what they're presenting to you and ask, is this a good fit for us? And I think overwhelmingly, we know it's not. If this thing goes through, we might as well just go ahead and change the name of the city at the same time, because we're rapidly becoming no longer wild nor wooded. I don't know what they were talking about with that tree proposal, but from what I saw, I don't know how you're going to do it. It's so dense. Where are they going to put the trees? There's nowhere to put them. They're going to cut them all down. We all know that. I worked in landscape for a long time before I came here, and am now working in a different industry. I can tell you when a developer says they're going to go in and replace trees, they're going to put little tiny trees in there. That will take 50 years to look anything like it does now. It's a disaster waiting to happen. This is not what we want. We've been here a number of times. We've had this conversation a number of times. Nothing's changed. I don't think it needs to change again. I think you guys need to uphold the vote that you took last time and stop this now. Thank you.
The next speaker is William Levinson.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. Thank you for taking time away from your families to serve your community. My name is William Levinson. I'm president of Benton Home Builders, 11605 Stutt Avenue, Suite 102, Creve Coeur, Missouri, 63141. Town Center Update Committee spent 2 years analyzing and recommending land uses in the city. Planning and Zoning and City Council approved the updates to the comprehensive plan. Town Center was identified as the appropriate location for higher density, and it is only 2% of the total area of Wildwood. Our project met the comprehensive plan when we first proposed 65 residential units and 2 commercial units for a total of 67. Since then, we had multiple meetings with the planning department, and we addressed all their concerns. We ultimately reduced our units to 57. We put detached units along Etherton to better align with the homes on the west side. We added a fence and other screening to keep lights from shining onto our neighbors. We took their suggestions, the planning department's suggestions regarding how it would look from Main Street, Pursuant to those suggestions, we revised our plan and we now have, 40% of all the property along Main Street will be open space. We have approval from the fire district. We meet or exceed all Wildwood and MSD stormwater requirements. We are giving the city 35 feet along the entire length of our property for Main Street, which will provide public access to Village Green and allow access to Town Center from the west, which will help local businesses. Regarding density, the excessive amount of right-of-way dedication for Main Street makes our units per acre look high, but in reality, we are right in line with the comprehensive plan and with surrounding communities. These are not apartments. These are luxury homes, 9-foot ceilings, vaulted ceilings, granite countertops, hard surface flooring. The average age of our residents in our other communities is 51 years old with an average income of $124,000. The rents will be $2,800 to $3,500 per month. Our residents could buy a home, but they choose not to for a variety of reasons. Convenience, health challenges, death of a spouse, divorce. Many of our residents are empty nesters. They don't want to take care of the family home anymore, and they aren't ready for assisted living. We provide an option for them. We have 2-car garages, 2 additional spaces in the driveway, and additional off-street parking. We have more parking spaces than are required by code. We have other communities that share streets, common ground, and stormwater facilities with owned homes. We had previously submitted a letter from those trustees that said they can't tell the difference between our homes and theirs, and that our residents fit into their community like all the other neighbors. We have offered to meet with neighbors, and we did hold a meeting right over there. 4 people showed up. We offered to take neighbors of all the surrounding communities on a tour of our other communities. Only 2 went, and one of them supports our project. Etherton Road will be improved before any of our residents are allowed to use it. That's one of the requirements in the planning department's recommendation. In summary, we meet the direction provided by the comprehensive plan, and we have a positive recommendation from the planning and zoning department. We look forward to your positive vote. And again, we meet 100% of the city's codes and guidelines. Our project is consistent with adjacent developments, and it allows Main Street, Town Center, and Village Green to be completed. I realize change can be unsettling, but change can also advance the city's goals. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jean O'Brien.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Gartano. My name is Jean O'Brien, and I live in the Main Street Crossing subdivision. I've spoken previously about TB Realty's proposal, Latitude N38, about his development on Etherton Road. Mr. Bosworth continues to tweak his rendering of the rental property, and he is coming back before you once again. The development will be disastrous to our community. The traffic on Etherton is already over capacity, and with the new park coming in, it will only become worse until Main Street goes through to the park. It's a dangerous road with several dips, blind spots. Many people, including myself and my husband, walk on that road, and it's only a matter of time before an accident occurs. We certainly cannot handle the increase in traffic his rentals will bring to Etherton. The erosion is another problem with this development. It is my understanding 75-plus-year-old oak trees will also be removed. His development will affect surrounding homes next to his rentals. It is a duty of the council to protect the residents who live near and close to Mr. Bosworth's proposal. This is not the vision for our city that we had when we moved here. Mr. Bosworth is not a citizen of Wildwood. Mr. Bosworth is a businessman who is only interested in making money. I'm also curious about Mr. Bosworth's jurisdiction over Crestview. Does he own the street? He has posted a sign prohibiting traffic and pedestrians from traveling on it. The sign has trespassing misspelled, but I assume that's what he meant. Tony and his wife were patrolling Crestview during the last concert. When neighbors were walking to the concert, both of them approached the neighbors. Avoiding a confrontation, they turned around and went a different way to get to the concert. I'm also concerned about property values, if his rentals become a reality. My husband and I have been in the rental business before. We spent so much time rehabbing our beautiful home after our renters moved out. Renters do not appreciate the neighborhood as homeowners do. With the homes Mr. Bosworth now owns, there have been several incidents, as you have heard previously this evening and in other meetings before. When my kids were little, they would beg me for candy, especially at the checkout lane of the grocery store, which strategically places it there for that purpose. I tell them no, but that didn't stop them from coming back and asking me over and over again because they wanted something. If I didn't think it was a good choice for them, I would tell them no. I feel this can be true of Mr. Bosworth's proposal rental development. He continues to bring this before you over and over for yet another vote. You've already voted his proposal down twice. I'm asking you once again, vote against this development. It is not healthy or in the best interests of Wildwood. We deserve representation in defeating this development for good. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker card is Dawn Toretta.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'd like to thank you for your service. It's sometimes a thankless job. I think nights like this maybe make us realize that that's the case. A lot of what's been said tonight, I'm not going to repeat. Got notes here and a lot of it's been there. I think the most disturbing thing that I see, we've lived here for 4 years. We live in Main Street at 2464 Grover Ridge. Is the rental aspect of it. I've been there. I've seen that. I've listened in previous meetings to discussions with, what did I hear earlier? 19 police calls. I think you can verify and document to that information is there. From my memory, it was brought up about McBride. McBride backed out. But a condition of McBride's, when we were here at the zoning meeting, was a 25% maximum rental. Why should this development be treated any differently than that development? McBride is in my mind, one of the top builders in the St. Louis area. They do a lot of developments. I've seen their developments. We've looked at homes in their developments. And then, we took them from, and I was part of this, the discussions, from single car garages to double car garages to the density. And then as a businessman, it doesn't make financial sense. I heard about the comment and I'd wondered if they would address that or not. If they made the comment about rentals, well, because we make more money. I can't believe that was said, but, I believe the people who heard it said, that to me is, you don't say that, in an adversarial position. I think he was fully aware that there were other people there and to make that decision, to make those comments. The density and the rental, home ownership matters, I think, as people have said here earlier. A couple questions I do have is one, are they required to assist? I know they said they're giving a footage amount to the city. Is the city responsible to build the road? I thought McBride was paying a significant amount of that road. Is that the same condition with this development? I've heard the comment and I agree with it 100%. We walk to Deerbergs, we ride our bikes to Deerbergs. Are those signs accurate? If it's a city developing their, I don't remember the name of it down there at the end where we're clearing land currently. Are they developing? I mean, do you not have access to that development via Crestview Road? Is that road truly private and I don't know if Mr. Young can answer that or if that's even appropriate, if that is a private road owned by them. And if it is, does the city own part of that road now? Do they have access to their own property that they're developing there? Again, it's over and over. If you keep coming back, the residents will stop.
they'll stop coming and stop, giving their opinions, being here. First time I've talked, I've been here at numerous meetings. It just doesn't make sense to me. I think the comment was made, it needs to end here. And I have to agree with that. I think that, if you put yourself sitting across in Main Street, or in Cadbury, and say, if you were living there, do you want 57 rental houses across Etherton Road from you? And I think we all know the reasonable answer here. So I thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Elise Tierney.
Sitting down too long. I'm trying to not fix up. Hi, Elise Tierney over at 2550 Calar Lane. And I'm here to speak about the Latitude 98, 38/38. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great to see you. I spoke at a previous council meeting, and back then I was pretty hot and hormonal, hot not in a good way, and hormonal, still there. If I start sweating, there's a reason this is short sleeved. I was really a hot mess that night, but I cared, and that's why I showed up. I've had a dog with pancreatitis since Friday, and I haven't slept much most of the weekend, and I'm still here because I care, because I think it matters. I spoke at a previous council meeting as a homeowner who lived next to a rental property. It was a long-term hot mess. The home and yard were not maintained, and the owner of the house lived in China. Try to make that work. It was obviously an issue when we put our house up for sale. And yes, it did sell for less than the home next to us, even though we had a bigger yard and that our yard was flat. All the stats from increased traffic issues, increased crime, and headaches involving rentals are legit and are there on the internet for all to read. Add in a squatter or two to the equation, and now it's a neighborhood nightmare. Rentals are detrimental to your home value and to your neighborhood, period. That's why I don't want them there. At the last meeting, Mr. Bosworth got up to speak. In my opinion, he was appealing to the council to ignore the feedback of people behind him. I was offended deeply. I thought he really does not really understand that the people on the dais are the same as the people in the crowd behind him. Let me find my spot here. People up here are our neighbors, our friends, our family, and our mayor, who I can actually call by his first name when he showed up in my living room. We elected them to speak for us, and they listened to their constituents. They have to, or it's political suicide. And you really don't ever want me to run for public office, because if you think these meetings are long, oh my God, the amount of potty breaks I would need, it would run into hours. We can't have that. I like you right where you are, but I need to make sure you're listening. This is a democracy and not Cuba. Here the majority rules, and we will not be divided. I was willing to at least listen to what Mr. Bosworth had to say until that stunt that he pulled when he posted a misspelled sign at the corner of Main Street and Etherton. Call it Crestview all you want to, it's Main Street. I can't even believe that. Posted a sign on the corner of Main Street and Etherton the night of the concert in Wildwood. He confronted people who started to walk down there. I mean, I was just like, are you kidding me? Tony, I know you might be listening somewhere. You missed a wonderful selling opportunity by being magnanimous and welcoming to your potential new neighbors. Instead, you showed us that when you don't get your way, you're a bully. You lifted the curtain and we saw who you truly are. I'm done. I don't believe anything he has to say. He lost my trust. Now my trust lies in all of you, that you will listen to us and what we have to say and what our concerns are. His actions belied his words. If this deal is so wonderful, then surely he will be able to find another community that would be willing to listen to him. I kind of believe that Wildwood, am I right, is done listening. You can only change our minds so many times with the same information being repeated repeatedly. golden rule of selling, treat others how you want to be treated. This means selling with honesty, integrity, understanding, empathy, and thoughtfulness. I asked my husband, who's been in sales for a long time, what's your agenda for selling? Nobody cares what you know till they know that you care. No one will care till they trust you. The art of selling is building a relationship. Tony Bosworth has failed in that approach, in my opinion. And I would tell him he really needs to check that information out that I just said. At times like this, I can only turn to the wisdom of Kenny Rogers and the Gambler. Yeah, I'm not kidding. If you're going to play the game, boy, you got to learn to play it right. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. If nobody can sing, please do it. Come on.
We're at 5 minutes now.
Basically, you never count your money. When you're sitting at the table, there'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. By the way, it's my birthday today. I left my little.
The next speaker is Mark.
Thank you.
A little over time, but I have to tell you, y'all know what I want for my gift.
The next speaker is Mark Latham.
And I hope you, I appreciate your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Latham.
No hormonal issues. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. In September of 2016, my wife and I moved to this area, and I've heard a lot about density tonight. When we moved here, there was no Main Street yet, and there was no Brightleaf. There was Table 3, Benedetto's, and Wellens were up here. And my point is, there's a lot of talk about more density, and these businesses left even after Main Street and Brightleaf were done. Also, in that 2016, there was no trespassing sign up at Clearview. Now that's came a few months ago. So this is the kind of tactics, and you've heard other people speak about the tactics that Mr. Bosworth does. And I think it's just a strong arm because he's not getting his way. The other thing that's kind of disturbing, I guess, about the road itself is you ride your bike on Katy Trail, it's smoother than this road here. So there's not been any upkeep of this road of any kind. So my point is this rental unit would only enhance his bank account. It wouldn't enhance the city of Wildwood. Thank you.
The next speaker card is David Voles.
Probably won't be as entertaining as the last two speakers, but my name is David Voles. I'm with Voles Engineering, and our address is 10849 Indian Head Industrial Boulevard, St. Louis, Missouri. And I wasn't actually intending on speaking, but I just felt like there were enough questions that came up that I would like to just address some of those and help you see how the progression of this plan started. So one of the slides that Brad Goss showed, you showed all of these 6 plans, where there were probably more like 10 or 12 plans that we have been through over the course of this time. And we did start with 67 units, and we are down to 57 units, which is a 15% reduction. We met with the staff on many occasions, and we've made revisions to try to appease people. We did have a neighborhood meeting. I was at it. There were 4 people at that meeting, and we had tried to address those comments. So the final plan that we have here tonight, basically, it's 57 units. It has all 2-car garages that allow also for 2 spaces in the driveway. It has public space along the main street. 40% of that is open. So when I say open, it means you can see between the buildings. So 40% of that is where you can see through. We have a 10-foot trail along Etherton Road. We're doing improvements to Etherton Road as part of this plan. So some of the road concerns will be dealt with. We're allowing for between 32 and 37 feet of dedication for Main Street to come through it eventually. We want to be part of making that happen. And again, there were 15% reduction in the unit count. So this plan complies with MSD. We have to get MSD approval, so we have to do that for the stormwater. So the stormwater, the way it works, because there's always a misconception, we have to take the stormwater that's in our site, run it through the detention basins. The old rules have changed. So we have to get this approved by MSD. We have to get this approved by the city. We have to do water quality treatment of this water. We have to do stormwater treatment of this water. All of it has to go through our basin. So the neighbors should be happy with that. We have to do a tree preservation plan. We comply with that. We comply with the landscaping plan. We met with the fire district. They've approved our plan or looked at it. And we're giving this dedication along Etherton Road. Mentioned the stormwater. Question came up about the roads. Tony and 11 other people do own that road. So it's a road easement and it's a private thing. So I believe it's in whole as well. So if something needs to be done to that road, it takes a group of people to do that. But Tony owns a big portion of that road along with 11 other people. And more than anything, I just wanted to be available to answer any questions that you guys have. But again, the plan complies with MSD stormwater regulations. It complies with the master plan for density. It complies with the tree preservation plan, the landscape plan, the fire district, and we're doing road improvements, which the city needs. It's making a connection from Main Street to Etherton Road. So that's all positive things. And again, I'm available to answer any question.
The last speaker card I have is Krista Bush.
Hi, my name is Krista Bush. I live at 2508 Calare Lane in Canberry neighborhood. I have spoken at a couple of the other meetings regarding this issue, as many of us have done. And I don't want to rehash a lot of the things that have been brought up this evening and at the other meetings, but I am hoping that you all remember all the issues we brought up over the last 6 months, because we have come to you with a lot of concerns at each meeting, and obviously people are voicing those concerns again this evening. I mostly want to talk about two issues, certainly the rental issue and also the road. Rental, development that is 100% rental is so different from a development that has a cap on rentals. My husband and I have lived in two neighborhoods for our entire adult life, 10 years in St. Charles, 25 years in Lake Chesterfield, and now almost 3 in Canberry. In all of those neighborhoods, they were residential, but a certain percentage of those homes were rental. You could tell. You could tell when you walked by them that they were rental. And over time, they looked worse and worse and worse. So let's talk about what's going to happen with this development over time. I think Elise made a very good point about trust. I don't trust that this group, Tony Bosworth and Latitude, are going to maintain these rentals the way we would like to see them maintained over time. Certainly when they're new, they're going to look pretty good. But 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the road, when they're still there and when homes really need upkeep and work, I do not trust that they will maintain them and they will continue to have them look the way they should look long term. I currently live next to a rental. We've been very, very lucky our entire adult life. We've never lived next to a rental. I now live next to a rental, and I can tell you that it will bring down the value of my home unless it sells to a private buyer. It's currently on the market. I'm hoping it will sell to a private buyer and they will fix it up, because right now it looks terrible. And it will bring down the value of my home if I go to sell it before, somebody else picks it up and fixes it up. My second concern is for Main Street. I would like to see Main Street go through. I would like to see it be a continuous boulevard. I think that the boulevard we have right now is beautiful, and I would like to see it connect, as many people do, to town center. I don't understand how this development, completing this development, will help that happen, because that road is owned by, it's segmentally owned, the way I understand it, by a number of different people. One of the homes that now owns a piece of that road just recently sold, and the other house down at the very end is also privately owned. So how do you bring all of that together to get that road to go through? I have a lot of questions about that, and I don't understand that piece of it. So when that is brought up as a very important reason for putting this development in and getting this going, I don't understand how approving the Bosworth development is going to help that happen, because that road is still going to be an issue. So those are my two issues, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. That concludes all the speakers for the public hearing. So I'll, City Attorney, would this be the appropriate time now to close the public hearing, or what is the next step then?
Yes, an appropriate thing would be to close a public hearing and then take action.
Okay, so at this time, can I seek a motion to close the public hearing made by Councilmember Farmer and seconded by Councilmember Albers? All those in favor of the motion to close the public hearing, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed or abstain? Okay, the public hearing is closed at this time. Director Vunich, are you going to speak at this time?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, if there are any questions relative to the Planning and Zoning Commission's action, certainly the department will do its best to answer them at this time.
Okay, I'll seek, Councilmember Mabry.
Thank you. Reviewed the report that was sent out in preparation for this meeting. It's not the same thing that the audience may have seen from the developer, which also has quite a bit of factual information in it also that was presented. But the report issued by Planning Department, I went through that report and noticed no recommendations by Planning Department prior to the this project being evaluated and reviewed and then judged on by the Planning and Zoning Department Commission. Had the City Planning Department developed its recommendations to submit to the Planning and Zoning Commission previously? And if so, what were they?
Mr. Mayberry, as you know, much of what we do here is very similar in process to St. Louis County. So as you remember, when you were on the Planning Commission at St. Louis County, there was for the most part two components to the review process. The first was the department would prepare an information report with recommendation and provide that to the, in this case, Planning and Zoning Commission for action. The Planning and Zoning Commission then ultimately does take an action, and that information report with recommendation is converted to the letter of recommendation. In this case, the letter of recommendation is for denial. The department, in preparing its information report, which included the recommendation, did have a favorable recommendation because from its perspective, it is bound to apply the master plan, the town center plan and its components, which are there are 5 primary components to that plan, and then the land use laws and ordinances. The Planning and Zoning Commission is then asked to basically look at all of those components, take into account public comment, because public comment can bring to light things the department may not identify or know of because it doesn't live in that particular area. And then the commission makes that recommendation and the report becomes theirs. In this case, the department had a favorable recommendation. The Planning and Zoning Commission chose not to proceed forward with that recommendation and is recommending denial. All I will tell you is that 2 major components came out of that discussion at the Planning and Zoning Commission, one of which is density, which you've heard a great deal about tonight, and the other was just the impact on surrounding properties, not necessarily those that could be for development potential in the future, but those that are established neighborhood.
Thank you. Helpful.
Do we have any questions or comments? Councilmember Bros.
Yeah, I guess, as everyone knows, I'm on planning and zoning, and I voted in favor of this. And I continue to support it, just to put that out front. And the one thing throughout the process that everyone on council probably is aware of is for months, there's been a lot of opinions. There's been a lot of concerns about this project. That's not a reason to say no. That's a reason for us to do our homework. And if we move forward with what I would call the initial approval, that doesn't mean they go out and put a shovel in the ground tomorrow. That means each and every one of these concerns and these opinions get validated. We agree or disagree with those. So overall, our town center is in process. We need to do our job and develop our town center. I'm fortunate enough to travel a lot, and I see a lot of downtown areas. I haven't seen one that's successful if there's no people. Now, I can't say I'm an expert on what's going to make this, our town center, successful, but we do need people. So I think the town center plan is consistent with, I think it's consistent with the master plan. Another thing is we talk about all this development in Wildwood, but why did our population go down 100 people over 10 years? Okay, why are businesses struggling in Wildwood? So I think on a broader scale than planning and zoning, but at our level, it's up to us to advance the town center plan and the master plan. But as we do that, we need to take into account everyone's opinions and concerns, and we need to let Mr. Vunich and his department and the city staff do their job. And that's like, if we do have a stormwater issue, let's address it without just an opinion that there's one, but back it up with actual data and a report by a skilled engineer that's a professional in that area. But what we do know is that the extent, Village Green, the extension of Main Street, and developing both sides of the future Main Street is very consistent with our goals as a city. And that is the key to make our city walkable. It's not going to be walkable from the north. We're not going to have people, parading over 100. So this is the key to make that whole area walkable. And I think to bring more people into our city. So I just wanted to express my opinions on this. Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Krantz.
Yeah, I see that density is a big problem here with the residents. And I know the lot sizes average less than 3,000 square feet, equates to almost 10 homes per acre, and that this proposal meets the minimum requirements. You agree with that, Joe?
Certainly over the course of discussion with the Planning and Zoning Commission, the department has used that there are certain components that meet the minimum standards, while others obviously exceed it.
So I want to be clear, this density proposal, which includes a rezoning and a request for a PRD, is just a request. Home builder is not entitled to this proposal. And it does not surprise me that the home builder requested the highest density possible, because that is what home builders do. There are other zoning options available for consideration to make this development less dense. I encourage the home builder to seek these other options. So at this time, I will make a motion to affirm the denial of both rezonings by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
So we have a motion made by Councilmember Kranz. Is there a second? Councilmember Ottenberg. Okay, you have a second there. So we have a motion on the floor and discussion is pertaining to the motion. Any other comments or questions at this time? Councilmember Marshall.
I was going to try to ask this before a motion was made. Etherington Road, we all know that that's a challenge, but there's a tremendous amount of improvement that would be made to Etherington. Would that be built into the plan from, I heard the trail, but is part of the Etherington development? Maybe that's a Mr. Brown question. Or is that just going to be the way it was? I mean, a lot of people concerned about traffic on it. And I would just be curious if part of the plan would require Etherington being appropriately sized.
Yes, the intent of the department's recommendation, which was premised on a lot of conversations with Rick Brown, our Director of Public Works, was to mirror the Etherton Road improvements on this side of the street, the east side of the street, to what was required as part of Main Street crossing. So they would be symmetrically set forth in terms of the design, the components associated with the design, and the width. The ordinance, the recommendation only required those improvements along the frontage, and those are on-site. So certainly off-site improvements is a whole different consideration. Now, as you know, Mr. Marshall, we as the city require something called a traffic generation assessment fee that's collected at the time of building permits for each unit, and is premised on the provided parking, in this case, 2 spaces per unit, which would equate to, let's say, roughly $5,200 or so per unit. That TGA can be as assigned by City Council to Etherton Road, but for the most part, the discussion is always focused on using the TGA to further the extension of Main Street and its completion. But that's a decision, if the project were to move forward, City Council would make. Where does that TGA, that collected fee, go?
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing that we have a motion on the floor, is it Councilmember Edens and then Councilmember Rambo? Okay, so Councilmember Edens.
Okay, and I do have a bit of a headache, so just bear with me as I'm a little slower collecting my thoughts tonight. But I do want to speak on the motion, but also in regards to some comments that Councilmember Brost made earlier. And so what I've gleaned from the last few meetings is there's 2 very different types of concerns. One is a set that is, I think, more generally associated with plan documents, meaning concerns about trees or setbacks or the detention area views, front elevation plans. The other is an entirely different argument, which is about rentals and not wanting them at all, or only wanting a certain percentage to be rentals. And I do want to say it's probably impossible to make everybody happy. I had a resident in regards to a different subdivision proposal that told me, I want you to make it illegal for anyone to ever build anything ever again. Well, that's not possible. So that is what we're up against, just so you all know. And so the way I look at it is, if it is if it's related to code, that is something that we can continue to work through. If it's based on what is NIMBY, and I don't necessarily mean that as an insult. There's plenty of things where I would say I'm a NIMBY vote. So in other words, that stands for not in my backyard. I'm okay with it somewhere else, but I don't want to be next to it and I don't want to look at it, right? So maybe you don't want a sewage treatment plant next to you. I would be a NIMBY for that. But what we have had a discussion on tonight is a NIMBY for rentals. And my concern is twofold. Is one, what happens long term if NIMBY is of consequence in the only area that the city has zoned for rentals? In other words, if rentals are not built in the allowable area in 30 years, when there's pressure on the housing market, you have to build in land that hasn't been built out. So suddenly, when I'm no longer on this council, areas that we preserve for 3-acre lot minimums are going to be under more and more pressure to build out. And this is a conversation that is not exclusive to this city. It's happening nationwide, and it's part of an affordability and housing market crisis. One thing that I learned through planning and zoning certification classes, and I was surprised by this, is that it doesn't matter so much the level of price point that the home is built out, that if it's built, it does relieve the market crisis. In other words, you can build multi-million-dollar houses, and that still helps alleviate other areas in the market. And that's because people are moving up from a different priced house. So San Francisco is the most egregious example of this, right? Where there is a severe housing shortage, multiple family incomes can't afford a house with advanced degrees like law and medicine, and there's nowhere to go because their council says we have these beautiful single family homes in the hills and we don't want to build apartments. And that's understandable, but then you end up with all of these other issues. And so we're not the only city having this, but if it's something I can work through on a plan document, then I can work through it. If it's NIMBY and I don't want to see it ever in the area that's allowed, I can't work through that. So there's some soul searching we have to do as a community, and about really who we want to be. And part of the master plan includes this, and my voters asked me to uphold that. The other thing in regards to density and economic development that was mentioned, we did, you're correct, we did used to have an economic development manager, and we had an economic development plan that hasn't been updated, I want to say, since 2016. And one of the issues that was found in research was just a lack of total foot traffic during the day. And part of the solution was increased opportunities for residency. So I think that we can continue to work through some of these concerns if it's related to visual elevation, et cetera. By moving this forward, but I can't fix concerns of people that don't ever want to live next to a rental in an area that has previously been zoned for that. And that's part of the problem too. I think folks, when we move in, I've talked to plenty of folks, and they move in from an outer area, sorry, and they found a wonderful lot, but they didn't realize that lot was perhaps considered non-conforming and was slated to go from, you know, an older house built in the 1960s that was 3 acres, and then all of a sudden there's a, you know, some sort of proposed building project, and they went, you know, you're tearing down the trees and it wasn't supposed to look like this. But if you look at a plan from 20 years ago when the city was founded, it was always supposed to look different than what that home looks like. So unfortunately, it does shift some of the burden to homeowners buying in. And I do blame, I think there's a burden on real estate agents to tell people, like, if you're moving into an area that's slated for higher density, even though it doesn't look like it currently. But that's a problem we have with basic communication. So probably clear as mud. Thanks.
Okay. I have Councilmember Rambo, and I do see Councilmember McCutcheon yet put your hand up. So we'll come back to you right after Councilmember Rambo.
Right, thank you. Yeah, I had several comments and questions, most of which Ms. Edens and Mr. Brost said. So, and I feel constrained by the motion on the table. So I just want to say that I don't like aspects of this plan at all, but I would hate to kill the entire proposal. I think a lot of the complaints that we have and that we've heard can be addressed. There's the density problem, there's the roads problem, and there's the rentals problem, and then some other aesthetic complaints that I have and others have. But I just have 2 questions for you, Joe. Did we do a traffic study or anything about the pedestrian traffic and the vehicular traffic in that area to ensure without a doubt that everybody can be safe and no one has to be concerned that they are going to have excess traffic around their homes?
As part of the update of the town center plan, we engaged HR Green, a well-known traffic consulting company, as well as the civil engineers. And they did an analysis of all of town center, the 800 plus acres. We not only asked them to look at current conditions, but we also asked them to look at a 20-year window, which was provided. in most instances, the design or the recommendation out of the town center plan, the road improvements would meet the demand, immediate demand, as well as in the future. Saying that, the Department of Public Work has been working on a design for Etherton Road, not just in the area of Main Street Crossing or latitude North 38. First and foremost, we've looked at pedestrian improvements so as we can address the immediate need, but also looking down the road, so to speak, no pun intended, at the actual improvements to the width of the road, the safety of the road, and its function. As development occurs, we've been selecting right-of-way and requiring the development community to make improvement. Mr. Goss mentioned that. That's a component of that, as well as Mr. Bowles. It's just, again, as we move forward, we do it incrementally, and sometimes incremental process takes longer than we all would like. That's why, as a city, we're looking at a set of plans to move forward, maybe without the development community necessarily leading the charge.
So the other question is, people rightly have concerns about rental properties, particularly all rentals. This sort of feels more like it's kind of halfway between condo development and an apartment complex. But I guess my question is, I don't really care how people keep their home inside. There can be dust bunnies and cat litter boxes and whatever they want. I want to know that it's going to look acceptable to me from the outside. Are there any sorts of, did we explore the maintenance plan, like the long-term maintenance plan for these properties? Because if we have HOA like regs that actually have some teeth in them, and the grounds are maintained and the paint is maintained and so on and so forth, I think some of the complaints about rentals will go away, because if they're $3,000 a month plus for a rental unit, some of that money could quite easily go into ensuring beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are impeccably maintained. And I think that's a lot of people's concerns might go away. I don't think there's ought to be as much concern about people that can afford $3,000 or $4,000 a month rentals are going to be hooting and hollering at all hours of the night, and going to have going to be, those sorts of social problems. I think it's more a matter of the maintenance. So that was a long way to ask you, have we explored that?
Very much so. And briefly, one of the Planning and Zoning Commission members asked about an on-site manager, someone that would be on-site to address any issues that might arise. The developer said that they had not anticipated having an on-site manager. However, the developer, in response to that, did mention that they would form an HOA and have 2 tenants on it that would be part of, so to speak, the decision-making process relative to the property. How much voting rights and the strength of those voting rights, I don't know. We never got into the depth that would provide that answer. Certainly, the departments, Public Works and Planning, as well as the commission, send to the city council what we hope is a proposal that will address a lot of the property maintenance concerns by requiring quality materials. The same materials that are used in Main Street Crossing are required here. And that's fiber cement siding, hardy board, lifetime architectural shingles, the carriage doors, things that we know will stand the test of time more so than, let's say, other materials that have been widely used in other locations here in Wildwood as well as elsewhere. And then finally, we always fall back on property maintenance. We're stretched thin in code enforcement. So that's why I say we always look at other options before we just end up having to basically become an enforcement arm for things that we shouldn't have to, because people should take care of the property.
Right. So I love Main Street. I love Cambry. Those are nice looking neighborhoods. If we could make this at least as good and ensure that it looks that good long term, I think a lot of the complaints would go away. And so what I've heard in this discussion is that we have the tools and the possibility to vastly improve this development if we don't kill it tonight. Is that a reasonable assumption?
I think the best approach I can take to your question is a conversation I had with a certain council person that said, this is going to be a development that stands out amongst all the others in the area because it's on Main Street, and it should have the best of the best.
Yes.
And I think that's the intent of the department. And certainly in past developments where the Planning and Zoning Commission has supported them, it's really very impactful.
Thank you.
I did see Councilmember McCutcheon. You wish to speak?
Yes, are these, if they are rentals, are they going to be subject to reoccupancy permits?
Yes, if our reoccupancy program for rental units is approved by city council and implemented, yes, any rental unit, whether it's a single family detached to the multiple family projects we have on the eastern end of the city, will be subject to it.
And why is the property developer wanting rentals versus individual homes?
Certainly, the public has responded with some of those thoughts, but from the perspective of the Planning and Zoning Commission, we really didn't look at rental versus owner occupied. Our issues were compliance to the codes of the city and its plans.
I can tell you that Ward 5 has several rental properties, and there are issues with rental properties, and they all differ a little bit than the others, but there are many issues with the rental properties. And I couldn't quite hear, Mr. Kranz, can you restate your motion, please? I couldn't hear you.
We have the city clerk go ahead and read that.
Yeah,
It's the motion.
Okay.
to affirm the denial by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
To affirm the denial?
Did you-
Affirm the denial by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you.
Okay, is that all, Councilmember McCutcheon?
Yes, thank you.
Right, and Councilmember Ottenberg, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I chair the city's Economic Development Committee, and I would love to see the new residents that this development would bring. Those new residents would be potential new customers for our businesses. However, I think at the end of the day, I need to listen to the will of the people. And over the past few months, as some of you know, I'm involved in another campaign. I've knocked on doors in wards 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. In fact, I've knocked on 1,945 doors as of 3 o'clock this afternoon. I have not heard anyone come out in support of moving forward with this project. So my job at the end of the day, besides considering legislation here and looking out for the best interests of the city, my priority is to represent the will of my constituents. And the word represent basically breaks down into represent. So my job is to represent what the people want. And the people have spoken overwhelmingly in favor of us not moving forward with this project. That is the reason why I seconded Mr. Kranz's.
Please hold the applause.
That is the reason I seconded Mr. Kranz's motion to affirm the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation of denial of both requested rezonings.
All right, Councilmember Albers.
I would just agree with what Councilman Ottenberg has just stated.
All right, are there any other? Councilmember Dodwell.
It's a difficult situation that we are in right now, because we want to listen to what the residents have to say. At the same time, we have to look at what is the long-term plan for the city. And also in the current economic environment that we're in the current housing market that we're in, I want to see younger people in our community. I want to see the next generation after I am gone. And I feel like this particular project is a positive move towards that end. And while everybody is saying, oh, well, things are going to go to hell in a handbasket on rental properties, I have a son who lives in a house that he rents with his wife because that's what they can afford right now. Does he take care of the property? Yes. He lives on 3.5 acres down in Springfield, outside of Springfield, Missouri. and he mows the lawn and he takes care of the house and he paints the walls when they need painting. So for us as a city to assume that every person who is looking for a way to have the same type of lifestyle that we've been able to have at our older age here in Wildwood and not give them the opportunity to find a resource within our town to be able to do that, I just feel we're remiss in that. And just because it's a rental property does not mean that it's going to look like downtown St. Louis housing or other areas within town. There are responsible individuals who live and want to live in Wildwood, but they cannot afford all of the requirements to purchase a house. It's not the same environment when we went and purchased our homes 25, 35 years ago. And I think we need to give the benefit of the doubt to some of these residents. That does not mean that we give Mr. Bosworth free rein on what they're going to look like, how he's going to maintain them. If he's renting, they're his property and he has to keep up with them. If he does not, then you have recourse to come back to this council, to come to planning and zoning, to come back to us and say, this is not effective at this time, and we have to take the recourse against Mr. Bosworth, which if he wants to continue to do business in the St. Louis area, I think he'd be remiss in not maintaining whatever he produces here under our guidelines in the long term so that he can continue being a businessman that is successful. So I think I understand we all moved to Wildwood because it was wild, but we have designated a specific town center area for A, more affordable housing, B, for closer proximity to resources, which many of you in this room tonight have said, I moved from way out north or way out west in Wildwood so that I could walk to someplace. So I think we need to keep our minds a little bit more open as we go through this process. And so I can't vote for denying this. I think we need to let the system of planning and zoning department continue to move forward in a positive manner that gives the residents the concern that the residents that had concerns this evening, a better understanding of what the long-term design of this plan is going to be. And so I can't vote for denying it. I think it needs to be moved forward.
Okay, so we have, I do see a couple of hands up and most already have taken advantage of the opportunity to speak. So again, if you have anything to add regarding the motion on the floor, just kindly remind you to keep it focused on the motion. So Councilmember Mabry.
Thank you. I owe you. I'd like to ask Director Vunich if you haven't got the answer tip of your tongue, for the benefit of everyone who hears the question, can the city, through its ordinances, force, and I mean force, this developer, builder, owner, somebody who I don't know much about, called Bosworth, as the owner of the property, if he retains ownership of the property after this gets approved, can the owner of a property, much as the same as a condo owner or a private property owner, can they be forced to take responsibility for overarching management, upkeep, maintenance, repairs, as any other private landowner would be, since they are the owner of the property and the other people are just itinerant, transient renters, if that's all we want to call them. I don't consider renters as any different people than homeowners or any other class. So can you answer that they can be as part of the development approval process? Do we have the legal right to make that a condition of the approval of a project, any project, as opposed to taking this responsibility and casting it off so that everybody buys a lawnmower this big or whatever size front yard they're going to have, because there ain't going to be no front yards and backyards in these places. You can go out and cut it with scissors, or force the owners to go out and paint their house every 15 years. Can we force the owner to paint that house every 15 years?
From the perspective of the city council, you have a great deal of authority under the Planned Residential Development Overlay District to impose conditions you believe are reasonable and necessary to ensure the appropriate development proceeds forward. What I will tell you again is, under our zoning ordinance, there is a list of entities that the city can enforce property maintenance. Oftentimes, we start with the property owner because obviously we believe that is the person, entity, corporation that needs to be responsible. But we can actually go to a leasee, the person that controls the property. So if there's a problem on a front porch or rear deck and it's a rental unit, we can certainly start there if we are not getting progress with the owner of the property. So the zoning ordinance, as Mr. Young will attest, gives us a broad range to address problems. Now, the problem is oftentimes when we get a complaint, there's a desire to have an immediate solution, and that solution be implemented within minutes, hours, or a day. And as you know, due process sometimes is a little slower in that to protect the rights of all. But I can assure you, we stay with it as best we can until the solution is achieved.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Bros?
Yeah, I guess mine's a clarification on the motion. So we have a motion to affirm the denial. If that's approved, then I'm assuming this concludes the matter. If it's not approved, then do we come back with a motion to that if we don't approve the denial, that doesn't mean that we're moving forward, does it?
City Attorney, do you want to speak to that?
If the motion that's on the table passes, the matter is concluded as a denial. If that fails, then another motion is appropriate, whether it be to approve or modify.
Okay, I don't believe I see any other hands up. Councilmember Galani.
Yeah, sorry, this is a clarification purpose as well. So if we approve the motion, it's dead. To affirm the denial, if this were to get approved to move forward, what does that look like? I know there's been some, opinions brought up on how things would be addressed and making sure that there are certain standards and concerns and opinions that were looked at and addressed. So what is the process that would happen if that were to, just so I'm clear?
So assuming there's a motion to move forward in some way, shape, or form, it is a motion to prepare legislation. And I will say that is not going to be the final action on this. So it'll be a motion to prepare legislation. And if there are particular items you want to see in that legislation, which is a modification from what is presented, you can make the motion to prepare legislation with approving the development with whatever specifics you want to see in that legislation in terms of conditions on the development. That would require a simple majority vote, but the ordinance that will be presented at a subsequent meeting would require a 2/3 vote for approval.
Okay, so seeing that, we have a motion on the floor. It's been a while since it's been said. Can you restate that motion?
The motion is to affirm denial by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, so the motion is to affirm denial. Does anyone need any clarification on the motion? Councilmember Rambo?
Yes, I do real quickly. If we affirm the denial, it's dead, but nothing precludes the owners of the land and so forth from coming to us with a different proposal that may address some of these concerns. Is that a fair assumption?
Speak to
that. They can resubmit after 1 year from its presentation to the city council, which I believe would be January.
So we're killing it for a year.
It'd be till January 2025.
Oh, okay, okay. So for the half a year. Okay. All righty, thank you.
Okay, so now that we have the motion on the floor, we'll try this with a voice vote and see if it is, we need a simple majority. If it's not clear with the voice vote, we'll proceed with roll call division. So all those in favor of the motion that is on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I don't think that's gonna be, yeah, so we're gonna do division here and do a roll call here, please.
Councilmember Brost,
No.
Councilmember Edens,
No.
Councilmember Ottenberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell,
No.
Councilmember Marshall, Councilmember Jaxi,
No. No.
Councilmember Galani,
No.
Councilmember Preston,
No.
Councilmember Mabry,
No.
Councilmember Nyan,
No.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon.
Yes.
Can you repeat that?
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo,
No.
Councilmember Crayons,
Yes.
Councilmember Albers,
Yes.
All right, so the motion failed. So as the city attorney stated, is there another motion that would be made at this time? All right, Councilmember Brost, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve. I'm not, if the city attorney can assist, but I believe there's two zoning matters. But a motion to approve and along with a list of conditions that the department would prepare and include for our review. Am I saying that halfway decent?
So it's to prepare legislation with conditions, any particular conditions you would like to direct the department, or a matter you would like to see addressed for those conditions to be prepared by the department.
Is it possible that we have a meeting or communication that where we would agree as to the list of those items? Because I believe the department has heard them all, but which ones they feel are relevant to
To
address.
address
all the
concerns raised at this meeting.
Pardon me?
To address any concerns raised at the meeting. Is that sufficient direction, Mr. Vunich?
And I would say not only address at the meeting, but any concerns the department has. Because I think some of the concerns the department have may be more, is going to be based on their experience and in assisting in the development of our city.
Okay, so it'd be a motion to prepare legislation with the recommendations or conditions by the department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Brost has made a motion and I see Councilmember Mabry raising your hand for a second on that. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor here. Is there any discussion on this motion here? Or anyone wish to make any amendment or any? Okay, so we have Councilmember McCutcheon.
So somebody please explain to me how the motion that Mr. Brost just stated is different than what has already been presented by the department.
Ms. McCutcheon, I would say the first motion was to pretty much affirm the denial from the Planning and Zoning Commission. That vote failed. And now the motion on the floor would be to reverse the decision from the Planning and Zoning Commission with conditions attached, and then legislation would be drafted and presented to the city council at a future council date, which would most likely would be determined by the council as well.
But haven't we already covered the department's recommendations and looked at Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations? And now we're going to go back and do the same thing. Is that correct?
Mr. Vunich will be speaking now.
Director Vunich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. McCutcheon, the department did prepare a favorable recommendation that contained probably 10 or 11 pages of conditions associated with that favorable recommendation. But ultimately, the Planning and Zoning Commission did not support that and recommended denial. So the letter you received from the commission had no conditions attached with it. If this motion were to proceed forward to prepare legislation, the department would first and foremost use the conditions that it had prepared relative to its report. And then certainly as directed by Mr. Brost as the maker of the motion, try to address all of the concerns that were heard tonight.
What is that, the concerns, including the constituent concerns?
Yes, very much so. Any of those that can be addressed, the department's Public Works and Planning will do its very best. We'll stay within the bounds of law, and we'll do our very best to mirror what's been said and make that a condition that can be applied and be successful.
Thank you.
And Director Vunich, I do have a question for clarification. So the department will include those conditions that you mentioned that were originally included there. And this will come back to the council. So assume that then it will be available for all to see. And if potentially there's any ambiguity or any refinement of those conditions, does the council have the ability to do that?
Very much so. The department would prepare legislation for introduction. There's usually then at least a 4-week period between introduction and final passage. And if there's a need, the department will make it itself available at any time or any place to explain what's in the proposed legislation and why it's there, and the hope of the department to address the concerns.
All right, Councilmember Galani.
Yeah, I guess this is another clarification point. Do we have to vote to approve the preparation of legislation tonight, or can we postpone it to get the recommendations from the department on the concerns that were brought up tonight to be addressed, so that then we can vote on preparing legislation or not? Or does it all have to happen right now?
If it is the desire of the council to make a motion to postpone for presentation of recommended commissions, I think that is an appropriate motion. Postpone, yes.
So can I make that motion?
There's already.
Motion, of course, was basically the motion to suspend action on the motion. Which is appropriate.
Okay, so it is appropriate if you do want to make that motion to, is it suspend or postpone?
Postpone.
Postpone. You wish to make that motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there anyone that wishes a second? Councilmember Farmer. So now we have a motion to postpone. Director Vunich or City Clerk? Can you clarify your motion?
Yeah, I'm just making a motion to postpone the approval of preparation of legislation so that the department can address the concerns previously and what's been brought up tonight, to present that to council so that we know exactly what's going to be in the prepared legislation before it comes here. So we can make any adjustments or modifications or ask questions.
So if I can, maybe I would just like to clarify, probably a table that would list out those conditions and exactly how the department wishes to address it. And to Councilmember Galani's point, then that next meeting, the council can have discussion if there's any potential input that they wish to add to those conditions. So we do have that motion to postpone. And can you please just specify postponement till when?
To the July meeting?
To the July City Council meeting. So as the maker, you're modifying that, and the second, are you good with that? Okay, so again, we have a motion.
I assume,
postpone it.
sorry, Joe 1, Joe 2, you guys can get that together by next month, right? Okay, then yes.
So again, now the motion to postpone is on the floor. So it's regarding the postponement. Yep.
I guess, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, we want to get this right. But my question is, would it be appropriate not only to, have the list of the items, but could we potentially just go with like draft legislation? Just so we see the complete document of, would there be anything in the legislation that would be in it? Because we want to review it as a goal. So if we want to review the list, would there be anything in the legislation that we should also have, you might say, a further period of time to review? Is that possible?
Well, I would say that it would not be presented as legislation to be introduced at the next meeting, but I think the intent, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Vunich, but I believe it would be that you would be seeing, in essence, what the terms and conditions of the approval would be in the document you will receive, but in more of a table form.
And with
Director
the
Rooney?
permission of the mayor, Mr. Young is correct. I think the best approach is to kind of do a shell of what the legislation might look like. And as the mayor suggested as part of that on top would be the table that kind of highlights all of the major points that have been brought up over the course of the discussion in the last 6 months, particularly tonight at the appeal hearing.
So again, motion on the floor to postpone. Councilman McCutcheon is related to the motion for postponement.
I'm sorry, I thought I'd lowered my hand.
Okay. So Councilmember Ottenberg on the postponement.
Yes, on the postponement. So this postponement still gives the citizens of the city, especially a lot of the people out here, the opportunity to weigh in on this development as we go forward with their concerns and possible objections to this project. So if they do prepare legislation related to this development, you still have plenty of opportunity to make your voices heard to the city council members up here and also to come and make public comment at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilmember Edens on the postpone.
Yeah, I just have a question because it's not prepared legislation. Does that mean this goes on the work session agenda and not the main meeting?
City attorney to that.
I think that is the most appropriate location for it. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now that we have a motion to postpone, we'll try that with a voice vote. Everyone clear on the motion? Okay, so postponement to the July meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? We have one opposed. Anyone abstain? All right, the motion passes, so that will be matter will be postponed to the July meeting. Okay, so at this time. Okay, so thank you. We'll move forward. We have several other public hearings. So moving on to the next item, which is HR 1-24. All right, Director Vunich, do we want to get a motion to open the public hearing? Oh, okay, City Clerk, please go ahead.
City of Wildwood Historic Preservation Commission, care of Department of Planning, Wildwood City Hall, 16860 Main Street, Wildwood, Missouri 63040. A request to place a log cabin presently disassembled but planned to be reconstructed in the city's village green located to the west of City Hall, locator number 23V220013, known as Essen Log Cabin, circa 1870s per historical records, on the city's historic register. This tract of land is zoned NU non-urban residence district. The city submitted an application to place this building onto the city's historic register with the intent of its reconstruction and continued use as a log cabin, and thereafter to be utilized for public education and other programming activities.
Okay, Director Vunich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, before the department begins a very brief presentation on this particular item, it would like to acknowledge the Essen family and their participation up to this point in helping with the cabin reassembly and understanding the cabin's rich history. Along with that, the community at large in Wildwood, the historic preservation community has also been a valuable tool during this process. And then finally, just acknowledging Ms. Keefe, who has done a lot of the legwork to get us to this point. So thank you. The Historic Preservation Commission has provided for your consideration tonight its letter of recommendation relative to the Essen Log Cabin and its placement on the city's historic register. As you know, as part of the Historic Preservation and Restoration Code, there is a process to nominate structures, buildings, and other assets to the register. And once on the register, acknowledge it's important to the history of this area and now Wildwood, as well as to provide protections for the future. The Historic Preservation Commission spent a great deal of time understanding the components of the cabin long before this particular report was prepared and acted upon. And tonight, it is in the form for consideration by the City Council. I would note as part of it in the analysis, there are a number of the criteria that are met under this particular proposal. Those criteria coming from the Department of Interior, National Park Service, as well as acknowledgement that this will be a centerpiece of our new Village Green property. So not only are we going to have a Village Green, but we're going to have a log cabin as a component of it and create a wonderful setting for our residents and visitors alike. Tonight, the unanimous vote of the Historic Preservation Commission is before you for consideration. And after public comment, the department will be available to answer any questions. And ultimately, the department will respectfully request of the City Council authorization to prepare the legislation for the placement of this asset on its register. Thank you.
Okay, so can I get a motion to open the public hearing made by Councilmember Farmer, seconded by Councilmember Dodwell? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, the motion passes. The public hearing is now open. Do we have any speakers? Okay, we do not have any speakers. Is there anyone online that wishes to speak? Please use the raise hand feature. So,
Mr.
Director
Mayor,
Lynch?
one of the Essens is here, I believe, to speak at the hearing. He did not fill out a speaker card. We'll make sure he does before he leaves, if that's all right, but the mayor and the council for him to speak.
Sure, thank you very much. Please just come forward, and if you can, state your name and ward number or address.
My name's Carl Essen. I'm not in Wildwood, but my dad is at the Essen Cemetery. And I appreciate what's going on. And from the last through developments, I found out that there's people buried in the Essen Cemetery before we actually moved to Wildwood. And so I'm trying to track down those people, and I found out that many of the people buried there were soldiers for the Union Army, and so our history goes back to that point and everything. And but in my case, I hear about Etherton Road, and our family was connected to the Etherton family, and you talk about the wild and Wildwood. I've learned there was concern my dad about, is the cemetery going to be there before he died? And I put him in the ground there in 2001. And, but by what you guys did with creating Wildwood has actually protected the cemetery and the log cabin. Because apparently, from my understanding of major roads coming out of Washington, Missouri, or coming across the river, 6-lane road, shooting up down, would blow out the whole area. And actually, it's because of what the city has done, has preserved the Essen heritage in the area and so forth like that. And I appreciate all good things you're doing. I'm talked to Joe about opportunities to raise money with the Mayor's Garden and activities like what we do in the Venture Cafe and the Cortex down in the city, of having activities for stem cell development for the kids and so forth, and make activities around there to address the culture in the future as well as in the former. I met the curator for the city of Pacific, and soldiers that are buried in the Essen Cemetery actually went to Pacific, Missouri. And Pacific was a big point, which I didn't understand. And I'm going to find more information. I see the commerce between the Essen General Store down in Pond, Missouri, and the one up in Orville, and with the Pullman family, that there was a cadre of general stores that went up and down the 109 corridor, you want to say, that kept Wildwood put together and so forth. But through my research, I'm pledging to keep on developing and learning more about the history of Wildwood. And through our 13 Wiki program, to get Rockwood students to write about notable people, Parkway and Parkway students write about notable people in the Rockwood School District, articles on Wikipedia, and to improve, to get Wikipedia articles on all the historic structures in the Route 66 program. Because I found that apparently tremendous amount of Germans are wanting to come to Los Angeles and drive for a month the Route 66, and they end up in St. Louis and then they fly home. And so possibly make the economic thing that they're all talking about, possibly if we can create encouragement of getting that tourism trade. And I'm here to support the city on that effort as well. And
1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, do we have any other speakers for the hearing? All right, seeing none, then I get a motion to close the hearing, or Director Vunish, do you wish to speak?
Just a correction, the legislation is prepared. It's for first reading tonight, so I guess I don't need to ask you for authorization to prepare it, so my apologies. Little slip up there. Thank you.
Thank you. So a motion to close this public hearing made by Councilmember Farmer. Is there a second by Councilmember Prost? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, the motion passes. We'll move on to the next public hearing, PZ 30-23. The city clerk, please read it.
PZ 30-23, City of Wildwood Planning and Zoning Commission, care of Department of Planning, 16860 Main Street, Wildwood, Missouri 63040. A request for the consideration of the dissolution of the City of Wildwood's Architectural Review Board, ARB, by deleting in its entirety Chapter 415.220 Architectural Review Board requirements of the Code of Ordinances, while also evaluating other certain changes to Chapter 415.380 miscellaneous regulations of the same Code of Ordinances relative to Section I-2, items A through E, architectural review in all zoning districts, along with studying all available options to carry forward its current powers and duties thereafter.
Director Vunish.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, the Planning and Zoning Commission has prepared for your consideration a recommendation relating to the city's Architectural Review Board. The Architectural Review Board was recommended as a key element in the success of the Town Center Plan by Andres Dewani and his team when they prepared the original document. That Architectural Review Board has existed in an advisory form and as a permanent board since the late 1990s. The success of their reviews is displayed in Town Center and many other locations throughout the community. One consistent problem that each of the mayors have had over the course of time, particularly with the adoption of the charter amendment that placed term limits on volunteers, is finding qualified architects to serve on the board. At the original legislation for the board, the members, 5 of them, had to be registered practicing architects. Over the course of time, the number of architects available has dwindled, and so modifications were made to allow engineers, landscape architects, planners, and others with expertise in this regard to participate. Over time, that has even dwindled to a certain degree, and we have been faced with issues relative to filling positions. And so tonight, the Planning and Zoning Commission, first and foremost, is saying the Architectural Review Board should be retained. The size of the review board should be limited to no more than 3. And those 3 should be licensed practicing architects, preferably residents of the city. If that cannot be filled, then there is the option of engaging professional architects to serve in that role. Along with that, those changes, the Planning and Zoning Commission also created a list of options or considerations. Principal amongst those would be if the Architectural Review Board makes a recommendation, ultimately it goes to the Planning and Zoning Commission for final action. The intent is to merge the land use component and its design with the architecture of the buildings and their placement on that land. And so tonight you have a favorable recommendation to retain the board, but to make the board, let's say, a little lean, and to provide opportunities for input from other important boards, commissions, task force, and et cetera in the process. After public comment, the department will be available to answer any questions. And in this instance, the department will be available at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any speakers? Okay, we have no speakers. If anyone is online that wishes to speak referencing, in reference to this public hearing, please use the raise hand feature. All right, so seeing that there are no speakers, then at this point, Director Vunich, do you want to speak to any action that you're requesting from the council before we close out the public hearing?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again. As is in the case here, the department is respectfully requesting authorization to prepare the legislation for first reading at the next meeting of City Council, where additional details can be provided at that time.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close the public hearing, then we'll see if there's a motion for that. Can we get a motion to close the public hearing made by Councilmember Kranz and Councilmember Preston, second that? So motion is on the floor. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? All right, the motion passes. The public hearing is closed. Is there anyone that wishes to make a motion at this time? Councilmember Farmer, what is your motion?
I will make a motion to accept the department's recommendation.
Okay, the motion is made to accept the department's recommendation. Is there a second? Made by Councilmember Galani. Any discussion on the motion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed or abstain? Right, the motion passes. So we'll move on to the next item for public hearings, item D on the agenda regarding the communication from Daniel Deal.
Mr. Mayor,
Uh,
can I make a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock?
It is 9 o'clock at this time.
Well, I haven't changed it, sorry.
Good.
Oh, well, actually 8:57. Thank you. All right. And I hope to be, we will get that done. Thank you. All right, back to City Clerk. Do you have to read this one?
A response to a communication from Daniel Deal, West County Feed and Supply Store, which is dated May 14th, 2024, regarding PZ 118-92, St. Louis Nursery Partnership, West County Feed and Supply Store, C8 Planned Commercial District, Town Center Workplace District, street address 2603 West Avenue, St. Louis County, locator number 24V420175, which provides a recommendation on requested modifications to the existing site-specific governing ordinance to allow the permitted uses authorized by it to include a microbrewery and restaurant with accessory structures and activities typically a part of such land uses.
Dr. Vunich.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, the Planning and Zoning Commission has prepared for your consideration a report with recommendation that would authorize a conversion of the West County Feed and Supply business to a microbrewery with associated restaurant. The location of the proposed microbrewery and restaurant is on the southwest corner of Manchester Road and West Avenue. I think most people are very familiar with West County Feed and Supply. It's been at that location since approximately 1990. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered the proposal from Good News Brewing Company and made a favorable recommendation. Along with that recommendation, a number of additional conditions have been added to the existing governing ordinance to address parking, sound, operating hours, and many others. Collectively, the Planning and Zoning Commission thought these conditions were necessary to ensure compatibility with the new use with the surrounding development pattern. In this particular case, legislation has been prepared for consideration of first reading later in the agenda, but after public comment, the department will be available to answer any questions in this regard. Thank you.
All right, can I get a motion to open the public hearing? Made by Councilmember Farmer. Is there a second by Councilmember Ottenberg? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed or abstain? With the motion passes, the public hearing is now open. Do we have any speakers for this item? All right, so no speaker cards submitted. Is there anyone online that wishes to speak for this item? Please use the raise hand. All right, seeing none, Director Vunich.
Again, if there are any questions or comments regarding the commission's action, Mr. Bros, Mr. Young, and I are available. Mr. Bros says the liaison to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Other than that, the legislation is prepared later for consideration on this agenda. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
There's an outdoor area, I guess, proposed in this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is in the rear of the building?
Actually, based upon the consideration of noise and the level of activity, the department asked and the commission concurred that the active area be along West Avenue and be orientated toward the west, away from all the residential properties.
Okay. What's the current cutoff for outside music?
In this particular instance, it's limited to 2 days a week, Friday and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
And
yes, that's a key component too. It's acoustic music. It's not necessarily like the bands we have at our summer concert series. And also we did require on 3 sides of the stage some type of dampening material so that the sound would project to the west and toward the crowd and the commercial area where Rockwood Bank anchors.
okay, we have a couple of hands up, so if we can go to Councilmember Bros and then Councilmember Mabry. Councilmember Bros, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I guess, Joe, could you explain how this change would only be specific to Good News?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bros. That was a key component. The current owner, Mr. Deal of West County Feed and Supply, was concerned that if something were to go awry with the negotiations and the property would not transfer to Good News Brewing Company, that the existing conditions would remain in place and none of the new conditions would be applicable. So as part of the legislation, there is language in the ordinance, section 1, that provides protection to the current owner. Thank you, Mr. Bros.
Councilmember Mabry.
I need an automatic button. Is there a way to attach a quantity in addition to just a qualifier on what constitutes loud from any kind of sound coming from anywhere? It can. Do people have a legal right to hold a sonometer or sound meter and then complain to the city and tell them you got to have 3 less guitars next weekend?
All of the governing ordinances defer to the underlying regulations of the city, and one of which is the noise code, which has specific noise levels in decibels relative to time of day, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So here it would be nighttime, which is, as my recollection is, a 45 decibel level. And yes, the code enforcement team has a sound monitor. The police have a sound monitor. So if we get continuous complaints, we can actually monitor the sound with a device that's been selected by a sound consultant for its ease of use and accuracy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I do not see any hands up, and we do not have any speakers for the public hearing. So is there a motion to close the public hearing? Made by Councilmember Farmer, seconded by Councilmember Marshall. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? The motion passes. The hearing is closed. And Director Vunich, you had asked for action, or is this is already in the agenda, actually? Okay, so we'll come back to that in the agenda. Thank you. All right, we'll proceed now under legislation. So we have several unfinished business items. So what I'd like to propose, for the sake of efficiency and also for the similarity of most of these items, if we can read these en masse, with the exception of Bill 2879. And I'll ask after we cover all the rest of the items, there is a request for postponement regarding 2879. So therefore, if all are in agreement and there is no objection to read en masse, Bill 2873, 2874, 2875, and 2876. Is that okay with everyone? All right. Seeing no objection, City Clerk, can you please go ahead and read that? Do we need a motion for second reading of the bills? Okay, so thank you for that. So can we get a motion for second reading by Councilmember Dodwell, seconded by Councilmember Edens. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, Ms. Eldridge, please read bills 2873, 2874, 2875, and 2876. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, thank you for that. So we had the ayes. Is there anyone opposed for the second reading? Any abstentions? Okay, I do not see any, so therefore that passes. Please proceed. We'll go ahead and read these bills.
Bill number 2873, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, accepting certain streets within the villages at Brightleaf subdivision within the city of Wildwood for public use and maintenance by the city, second reading. Bill number 2874, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, amending chapter 390 of the Code of Ordinances of the city of Wildwood, Missouri by enacting new parking regulations on Forest Leaf Parkway and Green Pines Drive, and authorizing and directing the city traffic engineer to erect appropriate signage reflecting such parking regulations, second reading. Bill number 2875, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, amending chapter 390 of the Code of Ordinances of the city of Wildwood, Missouri by establishing turning and directional movement restrictions for State Route 109 at Turkey Track Road and at the commercial driveway at 2641 State Route 109 within the city, and authorizing it and directing the city traffic engineer to erect appropriate signage reflecting such turning and directional movement restrictions, second reading. Bill number 2876, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, approving a boundary adjustment plat for the consolidation of two lots that are part of the southwest quarter of section 21, Township 44 North, Range 3 East, and lot 1 and 1A of Heather Springs subdivision located at the terminus of Ridgecrest Acres Drive and to hereafter be known as the Woodland Trail, second reading.
Hey, thank you for that. Director Brown, do you want to have anything to add to the information that's already been provided to the council?
Thank you, Mayor. I do not, but I'm available for any questions at this time from the council.
Does anyone have any questions for Director Brown relating to those items, their public works or safety? Seeing none, Director Vunich, do you have anything to add?
No, sir, but as Mr. Brown noted, I'm available for any comments or questions regarding the one bill.
Okay, anyone have any questions for Director Vunich? All right, seeing none, then bills 2873, 74, 2874, 2875, and 2876. These bills are on the floor for discussion. Is there any discussion pertaining to these items? Okay, seeing none, then do we have a hand up? Okay, Councilmember Farmer.
So Rick, in terms of the acceptance of the streets, what we were discussing in between the meetings about street signage and things like that, how does that pertain to this, if at all?
Well, as far as the acceptance, you are, by this ordinance, we'd be accepting the streets as listed in the ordinance. That would include the signage, striping, and essentially the lighting as well.
So since you guys were going to check that out, how does that timeline work? If it's found to not be the way it's supposed to be, is that up to us? Is that up to the HOA? How does that work?
Well, I would defer to Joe if he's got discretion that we could still make changes.
What I might suggest is proceed forward with the bill's passage, but ask the mayor not to sign it immediately. So as we can visit the location and discover if those street signs need to be replaced or repaired, et cetera.
Okay.
Okay. So any other questions or comments?
Yeah, Joe, I have one.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead, Councilman McCutcheon.
So, well, I'm assuming you are talking about the street acceptance in Ward 5. If there's an issue, can you please tell me what that is?
Sure. I was over in Brightleaf today picking my daughter up, and I noticed that many of the street name signs, the decorative signs, were in pretty bad shape already, kind of surprisingly. So they're pretty hard to read. So my question was, if we accept these streets, are we then responsible for any of the streets we might accept to for the city to pay for kind of decorative signage as compared to the usual green signs and stuff that you might see in other places. I just didn't know how that worked out. So Director Vunich said that they still had a couple other check-ins they needed to do on the escrow and that they were going to check that part out too.
Is that good, Councilmember McCutcheon?
Yes, thank you.
So with seeing no other questions or comments pertaining to these bills, then Ms. Eldridge, please call the roll for final passage.
Councilmember Edens,
Yes, and I'm extremely nauseous from my headache, and that is why I'm leaving. Okay.
Councilmember Ottenberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell, Councilmember Marshall, Councilmember Jaxi,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani,
Yes.
Councilmember Preston,
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Nyan,
Yes.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
Yes,
Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons,
Yes.
Councilmember Albers, Councilmember Gross.
Yes.
Bills pass. We'll move on to then new business. So we have. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. So we did have one bill, Bill 2879, and my understanding is that there is a request for postponement. Director Vunich, is that a postponement to the July City Council meeting? So therefore, is there someone on the council that would like to make a motion to postpone to the July meeting?
Make that motion.
Made by Councilmember Marshall. Is there a second on that? Councilmember Farmer? And just need a voice vote with that, right? Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? Right, that motion passes. It will be postponed and back on the agenda in July. So now we have new business, several items, and similarly, for the sake of efficiency, and again, items that are similar, I'd like to propose that we have, again, either items that are of small nature, and again, let me know if there's any objection or you want to separate an item. These are all first readings, but items, Bill 2880, 2881, 2882, 2883, 2884, 2885, 2886, 2887, 2888, 2889, 2890, 2892, and then 2893. So the only item that I would ask for a separate reading would be the item of Bill 2891, just given the size there of that item of the budgetary impact. So is there any objection again for those items to all be read en masse? All right, Councilmember Dodwell, is there an item you want to separate out?
I just wanted to double check and make sure that no one in the audience wants a second reading tonight.
I was going to ask, the Director Vunich, if we have any requests for that, we can certainly entertain that. And did you?
Very close to home, Mr. Brown, our Director of Public Works, would appreciate very much a second reading relative to Bill 2881, which relates to the roundabout at State Route BA and State Route 109. Other than that, I have not directly talked to any of the other applicants relative to the subdivision items. I do believe there are some representatives here, but I have to defer to them, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have 2881 that there is a request for a second reading here. So I'll check with Director Vunich here, but we can go ahead and do the first reading and then come back and do a second reading if there for that one item. And then if there is any other requests at that time. So again, back to first reading there. City Clerk, please take a drink of water because we've got a number of bills for you to read.
An ordinance or Bill number 2880, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the division of 2 legal lots of record into 4 parcels of ground, forming a 52.6 acre tract of land located on the west side of Wild Horse Creek Road, north of Austinport Road, located within U.S. Survey 668, 152, and 156, Township 45 North, Range 3 East of the Fifth Principal Meridian, St. Louis County, Book 8245, page 97, and to be hereafter known as Deer Point Estates Lot Split, first reading. Bill number 2881, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, dedicating land for public right-of-way purposes and establishing temporary construction easements, TCE, for the installation of a new roundabout at the intersection of State Route 109 and State Route BA, being part of the southwest quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 26 and part of the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 35, Township 45 North, Range 3 East of the Fifth Principal Meridian, St. Louis County, Missouri, and to be hereafter known as Route 109 Corridor Boundary and Easement Dedication Plat, first reading. Bill number 2882, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the consolidation of two tracts of land, being all of Tract B and Tract C of Bopp Estates re-subdivision, Plat Book 362, pages 542 through 544, located within the east half of the southwest quarter, fractional Section 26, Township 44 North, Range 3 East of the Fifth Principal Meridian, St. Louis County, and to be hereafter known as consolidation of tracts of B and C of Bopp Estates re-subdivision, first reading. Bill number 2883, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the consolidation of two legal lots of record, being lots 1 and 2 of the Boyle Holcomb lot split of adjusted Lot A, located within Section 25, Township 45 North, Range 3 East, situated at the intersection of Shepherd Road and Shepherd Ridge Road, and to be hereafter known as Boyle Holcomb Estate Lot Consolidation Plat, first reading. Bill number 2884, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing a boundary adjustment plat for 2331 Wild Horse Creek Road and 2333 Wild Horse Creek Road, two lots being a tract of land in the northwest quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 4, Township 44 North, Range 3 East, St. Louis County, Missouri, and to be hereafter known as 2331 and 2333 Wild Horse Creek Road Boundary Adjustment Plat, first reading. Bill number 2885, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing a boundary adjustment plat for 18545 St. Albans Road and 2331 Wild Horse Creek Road, two tracts of land in the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter and the southeast quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 4, Township 44 North, Range 3 East, St. Louis County, Missouri, and to be hereafter known as Boundary Adjustment Plat 18545 St. Albans Road and 2331 Wild Horse Creek Road, first reading. Bill number 2886, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing a boundary adjustment plat for 18545 St. Albans Road and 18601 St. Albans Road, two tracts of land in the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter and the southeast quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 4, Township 44 North, Range 3 East, St. Louis County, Missouri, and to hereafter be known as Boundary Adjustment Plat 18545 18601 St. Albans Road, first reading. Bill number 2887, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the division of an approximately 22-acre parcel of ground located at 18601 St. Albans Road into two lots, being a tract of land in the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter and the southeast quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 4, Township 44 North, Range 3 East, St. Louis County, Missouri, and to be hereafter known as 18601 St. Albans Road Lot Split, first reading. Bill number 2888, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a city consultant agreement with CB Engineering Incorporated, doing business as Cochran, for construction engineering for the Manchester Road and Taylor Road resurfacing and signal improvement project, first reading. Bill number 2889, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, amending Section 2 of ordinance number 2726 of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, increasing the total authorization amount of the city consultant agreement with HR Green Incorporated to complete the design of a new roundabout improvement project on State Route 109 at State Route BA South, first reading. Bill number 2890, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to execute a municipal and cost apportionment agreement between the city of Wildwood, Missouri and the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission to implement aesthetic enhancements on State Route 109, first reading. Bill number 2892, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute an agreement with Rana Alanis CPA for accounting consultant services, first reading. Bill number 2893, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri revising the FY 2024 municipal budget to adjust for salaries and compensation, first reading.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Eldridge. Appreciate your work there. So right now I'll ask if Director Brown, do you have anything you wish to come up to add to the information that's presented to council? I understand you will request a second reading for 2881.
That's correct, Mayor. I appreciate that. I have nothing additional to add and again, available for questions, but would respectfully request a second reading on Bill 2881 that would allow us to progress with our negotiation with Ameren to obtain right-of-way and easements from Ameren for the project at 109 and BA.
So any questions for Director Brown? Councilmember Gross. Okay, so we will get back to that in just a second here. Let me just see if there's any other questions pertaining. Okay, so Director Vunich, do you have any questions there?
Well, first and foremost,
Actually, does anyone have any questions or comments for Director Vunich? All right, Councilmember McCutcheon, sorry about that. Please go ahead.
That's okay. My question was for Mr. Brown. So that area around the elementary schools, there's been some safety concerns off and on. So will the instituting of this roundabout alleviate those safety questions, or will it make them worse?
McCutcheon, I'm not sure I'm following your question exactly. Could you clarify a little further?
Well, the roundabout's very close to about 2 elementary schools and 1 preschool. And in the past, there was a little girl harmed when she was trying to go from the parking lot of 1 preschool to the parking lot of the elementary school. So is there a safety zone in there for people who are wishing to, go across the highway? Or is this going to create more safety concerns or lessen them, I guess is the way to put it?
Referencing the improvement project at 109 and BA South, the new roundabout improvement. I think overall the goal would be to slow traffic on 109 with the roundabout. So we'd hope to see some slowing of traffic. Is that a word? Slowing of traffic. Excuse me. It's getting late. South of BA South on 109 itself by implementing the roundabout. But again, the roundabout project, frankly, it impacts just the immediate footprint at BA South and 109. So we're not doing any improvements directly in front of Bebla Elementary School itself at this point in time. I would note there is a speed zone that MoDOT actually lowered more recently to reduce the speeds during school arrival and dismissal periods. So there is a lowered speed limit in place in that area of Babylon Elementary and Lafayette High School currently.
Well, if you get a chance, can you take care of that and see if there's some way we can improve the safety of that area?
Well, certainly safety is something we are very concerned about, and we're certainly open to any recommendations, but and we're always going to do our best to work with MoDOT to do what we can to increase safety in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Director Vunich, now it's your turn again. So does anyone have any questions or comments for Director Vunich pertaining to the items here, or any additional information that Director Vunich can add?
And Mr. Mayor, with your permission, I do want to admit an error in Bill 2820. I have the wrong title. I received a number of name certifications from the same surveying firm and made a mistake. So I'll have it corrected for the bill in July. My apologies.
Which bill is that again?
2880.
20.
Yep. The content of the title's correct. It's just the name of the boundary adjustment is incorrect, or excuse me, the minor subdivision. So my apologies.
Okay. All right. All right, so seeing no other additional questions, then these bills will be back. I do understand we have what's that? Yeah, we're gonna come back to that in a second there. So what I'll do is if we had Director Brown's bill 2881, I'd like to get that second reading complete since we just covered that there. So Councilmember Gross, do you wish to make a motion for the second reading of 2881? Okay, is there a second on that? Councilmember Nyan. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2881.
Bill number 2881, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri dedicating land for public right-of-way purposes and establishing temporary construction easements, TCE, for the installation of a new roundabout at the intersection of State Route 109 and State Route BA, being part of the southwest quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 26 and part of the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 35, Township 45 North, Range 3 East of the 5th Principal Meridian, St. Louis County, Missouri, and to be hereafter known as Route 109 Corridor Boundary and Easement Dedication Plat, second reading.
Anything else to add regarding that? All right, so Ms. Eldridge, please call the roll for final passage.
Councilmember Ottenberg. Councilmember Dodwell.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Jaxi.
Yes.
Councilmember Galani.
Yes.
Councilmember Preston.
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry.
Yes.
Councilmember Nyan.
Yes.
Councilmember Farmer.
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon.
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo.
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons.
Yes.
Councilmember Albers.
Yes.
Councilmember Bros.
Yes.
Bill passes. So now we'll move on to, we had Bill 2891 that we have not yet read. So is there a motion to? I'm sorry, so at this point, we're going to proceed, but Bill 2891 we've closed public comment. So Bill 2891, now we have a motion for, do we have a motion for Bill 2891? Councilmember Farmer. Is there a second? Councilmember Dodwell. Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 20, all those in favor for the second reading of Bill 2891, please say, actually, no, is that it's the first read, it's getting late. Okay, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
You want to oppose or abstain? All right, Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2891.
Bill number 2891, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, revising the budget for the city of Wildwood, Missouri for the fiscal year commencing on January 1, 2023 and ending on December 31, 2023, first reading.
So, the administrator, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to make a quick notation here that this is just correcting an error from the last month's amendment we made to the year-end budget. In this case, we originally had 6.75 million budgeted in 2023 for the Internet Access Project Phase 1. In this case, we had only actually cut checks equal to 2.7 million last year. After consulting with the auditing firm that's currently conducting the year-end audit, it was found that since those funds were encumbered, it should have been 6.75. So this would just be switching the budget back to normal for the ARPA fund. So no substantive changes when it comes to what's been already appropriated for spending. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for the city administrator? All right, so then Councilmember Marshall.
Because it's just a correction, do you want a second reading for that?
That is, that would be the request tonight.
Like a motion for the second reading for that correction.
Okay, so motion for the second reading. Is there a second by Councilmember Ottenberg? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose or abstain? All right, Ms. Eldridge, please read the bill.
Bill number 2891, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, revising the budget for the city of Wildwood, Missouri for the fiscal year commencing on January 1, 2023 and ending on December 31, 2023, second reading.
Any other questions or any additional information? All right, Ms. Eldridge, then please call the roll for final passage.
Councilmember Dodwell. Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Jaxi,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani.
Yeah.
Councilmember Preston,
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Nian,
Yes.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon,
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons.
Yes.
Councilmember Albers,
Yes.
Councilmember Bros,
Yes.
Councilmember Ottenberg.
Yes.
Bill passes. Moving on then, do we have any other items?
Can I request, the department would like, administration would like to request, a second reading of 2892 as well.
Just to make a motion for a second reading of Bill 2892, made by Councilmember Rambo. Is there a second? By Councilmember Marshall. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2892.
Bill number 2892, an ordinance of the city of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute an agreement with Rana Elena's CPA for accounting consultant services, second reading.
Any else you wish to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in this case, our finance officer will be retiring here on June 13th, so this week, and Rana Alanis is a grade accounting consultant that would be coming in to fulfill the duties of the finance officer while we continue our search to replace her. So in this case, it's to keep the operation steady while we're finding a new finance officer. Thank you.
Ms. Eldridge, do we have any questions? Ms. Eldridge, please call the roll for final passage.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah.
Councilmember Jaxi,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani, Councilmember Preston,
Yes.
Councilmember Mabry,
Yes.
Councilmember Nian,
Yes.
Councilmember Farmer, Councilmember McCutcheon,
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember Crayons,
Yes.
Councilmember Albers,
Yes.
Councilmember Bros,
Yes.
Councilmember Ottenberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodwell.
Yes.
Motion passes. Moving on to the next section, we have first readings from hearings with favorable city recommendation. The first item, Bill 2894, is there a motion for a first reading of the bill? Made by Councilmember Farmer. Is there a second? Made by Councilmember Nian. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstain? All right, Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2894.
Bill number 2894, an ordinance of City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing placement of the SN Log Cabin on the city's historic registry, with such being consistent with the report and action set forth in the Historic Preservation Commission's letter of recommendation dated May 23rd, 2024, first reading.
Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, if there's any questions regarding the bill, the department be glad.
Councilmember Dodwell.
Do we need a second reading on this tonight?
Ms. Dodwell, I appreciate it, but I think we're okay at just waiting till July.
Anyone else have any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, then this bill will come back in July for second reading. Next item is Bill 2895. Is there a motion for the first reading of this bill? Made by Councilmember Farmer and seconded by Councilmember Nian. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? All right, Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2895.
Bill number 2895, an ordinance of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing changes to amended St. Louis County Ordinance number 16341 to accommodate modifications and allow the permitted uses authorized therein, which includes a microbrewery, associated restaurant, and accessory structures and activities part of such land uses, first reading.
All right, so this bill will be back in July. Our Director Rooney, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, I do want to note a correction. I have ordinance number 16341 and it's actually 16342. So clumsy finger, but we'll have that corrected in July. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Galani, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to, the gentleman in the back that was looking for a second reading on something, I didn't know if that was. We did, okay, sorry, I missed that.
Okay.
Want to make sure.
All right, then, so then Councilmember May.
That hopefully Mr. Bunich can answer is there any rushing drive or advantage to the microbrewery project with a second reading tonight? I know you would have probably brought it up, but I'm learning what constitutes a motive and a legitimacy for a second reading on the same night.
Councilmember Mayberry, I appreciate the question and certainly the thought, but there's a lot of changes in this particular ordinance from what we have to what we're going to. And I have not yet talked to the owner of Good News Brewing Company. So unless Mr. Newberry has, I think it's important that he have time to review the conditions to make sure he's satisfied and can proceed forward under them. Thank you.
I've learned something. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will proceed now. We have several resolutions and these are under the consent agenda. So again, if there's any objection to reading all of these under the consent agenda, please let me know if you want to separate any item from the consent agenda. Otherwise, we'll handle all these en masse. So is there a motion then for approval of the consent agenda made by Councilmember Farmer and seconded by Councilmember Preston? Motion on the floor. Any questions or comments regarding the consent agenda? Councilmember
no.
Rambo.
Very quickly, can someone explain what what we're getting out of this, the aesthetic enhancements? I couldn't find that.
So Councilmember Rambo, this was presented to the Admin Public Works Committee, and the intent is to work with MoDOT. They are getting ready to resurface numerous projects in Wildwood, in particular Route 109 from 100 up to Wild Horse Creek Road, starting next year, and also Route BA. So the intent is to add aesthetic enhancements to, at least with this approval, to the Route 109 project. So those enhancements would include the black finished guardrail. That would be installed on our 109 BA project to the south down through to Route 100. They will be actually removing some of the rail that was installed in 2015 on the first improvement of 109 where we widened it to 4 lanes. So by approving this, we will be able to replace that rail with black finish rail. And then the other options or the other items that are included are MoDOT is going to replace the signals that are currently span wire signals at Shepherd Road, as well as at Clayton Road with permanent steel posts and arms as are traditionally done. And with that improvement, we will get to incorporate the black finish on the signal hardware on the posts and the arms. And then finally, we would install the LED street name signs on those 2 signal installations as we've done at Taylor Road and West Glen Farms and Route 100.
So on Allenton Road and some other areas, we have brown guardrails. They look pretty good too. And I'm wondering how we make that decision between brown and black. I know we don't like silver or steel colored.
Well, that concern was raised with MoDOT, and MoDOT is allowing us to do these changes, and we did request the possibility of implementing the Core 10 steel. They are not quite there yet with that being an option, so they didn't approve the Core 10 steel.
Which is the rusty stuff.
Which is the rusty
Okay,
steel,
great.
yes.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Councilmember McCutcheon, your hand is up. You have a
Yes,
question or-
yeah, I was not present last time, so I have to abstain for the meeting minutes.
Okay. Since these are being read en masse,
Correct.
you do have the option to abstain or vote as you feel right. So any questions or any additional comments, then we have a motion on the floor for the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Anyone abstain?
Abstain.
An abstention. Right, the consent agenda passes. Anything on the miscellaneous? Seeing none, then we have a motion for adjournment. Made by Councilmember Farmer, seconded by Councilmember Galani. In favor, please say aye.
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 Oppose or abstain? Motion passes. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.